Tom never knew. Oh, I miss. Hey, Crystal. Oh, y'all done had a whole conversation up in here. Hey, y'all. Hey, y'all. What did you? Hey, y'all. Hey, y'all. I really miss you. Hey, y'all, T-Steppers. What's happening? What's popping? What it do? What it do? Hey, T-Steppers. What it do? What it do? Hey. Hey, T-Steppers. What it do? What it do? Okay, let me see. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Shout out to Krista for being the first one. Hey, hello. Our Auntie Fee, and how is you doing? How you doing? How you doing? Hey, Precious. God bless you as well. Yep, yep, yep. Let's see, Crystal. Hey, Mrs. Tom. Subscribers only. It's literally subs only. Or only in chat. In word. Ooh, I don't know what that is. No, never knew. Thank you. Wonder. Oh, Rump Roast did. You know he done did something, child. They turn it on him. Miss Tom, they turn it on him. And they did not show up. They said, boo, we ain't gonna do where you were. Miss Tom, you trying to check me, boo? Mrs. Tom, you trying to check on TP? Woo, wee, baby. Ooh, baby. Here I am. Signed, sealed, delivered. I'm here. I'm here now. And I'ma jump in because I ain't got prepared. Boy, I tell you what. Baby, I'ma do. Ooh, I don't want to make no promises. But anyway. Lord. I'm doing the long stretch, my Lord. Let's get on in here, cause he all over the place. The way he trying to stall and deflect and be all over the place, playing over here like he really got some authority, seizing boats and stuff in the Strait of Hormuz. You know, no. Epstein done got a new attitude. You know, he got a whole new look. He in Palm Beach. They trying to seize his properties. Folk turning on him. Cash Patel got caught slipping. I showed y'all he was stretched out, pissy ass drunk. What type of FBI is this? I also saw where the oversight committee was saying if you have ever been touched or threatened by anybody in the House, Senate, reach out to us ASAP. What? A. Can I get an A? SAP. What? They ain't playing with you. We moving forward. He can play, he can stall, he can fall out with the White House staff. He can act like he having a heart attack. Oh Lord, Elizabeth, I'm coming to join you, baby. No, what was her name? Ivana, you was my first love. I'm coming to join you, baby. You know, he trying all type of stunts. Your tricks ain't working now. Yeah, he all over the place. Miss Tom, he is all over the place. They done stretched them hips out. You hear me? Them wide hips out. Yeah, Iran saying clown, silly rabbit tricks up for kids. You don't have no power here. You. I'm talking about you, Danica. You don't have no power here. Yeah. Boots on the ground. Okay, you can play those US troops if you want to. It ain't going down like you think it's going. We have set a trap for you. Yeah, and while you sending folk over here on the cool, Danica, we are sending folk over there to you. Come out, warrior. Come out and play. Yeah, they doing a warrior. Yeah, they doing a sleeper cells right in front of the White House, allegedly. Yeah, they doing that clicking of the bottle for you, Don. Click, click, click. You know that. Y'all remember Warriors? Was it Warriors? Yeah, and that lady on the microphone talking that thick. Yeah, yeah, and they got somebody clicking them bottles. Warriors, come out and play. That little crazy man. You know, I always play them crazy little roles like he didn't have all the marbles that God gave him, like he done lost some down the line or two. That's what's going on. You asked me, Miss Tom, what's going on, what's happening, what's popping. All of that's popping, child, and I'm like, ooh, Lord. Oh, Lord. Hey, Cynthia. I ran it up there. I ran that down real quick, didn't I? That's what's going on. Now, I'm trying to have it lined up for us, you know. I'm going to start here. But so much stuff be happening along the way. Sometimes Auntie B get off track. But if y'all can't get the likes up, baby, I'm going to disappear. And it's going to start spinning. It's going to start going around. It ain't going around in a circle. It's going to start going around in a circle. It's gonna start acting like it's seasick. And it's gonna start spinning. Okay? So let's get it started. He had a panic attack. I'm telling you, they had to call 911. He was too scared to go to the hospital. Stop faking. Stop faking. Cause Iran ain't playing with you. They said no. You don't get an opportunity to change our plans, our conditions. You got 10 things. That's it. We not negotiating. We not negotiated. You don't need to bring your ass to Pakistan. Yeah, like you running shit. No. No, you can send Jared, Derek, Carrot, anybody you want to go and let Pakistan speak for you. The answer is no. No, for real, no. You can hold the boat. You can rock the boat. Don't rock me, babe. You can do whatever you want to do. Don't tip me over. You can do whatever you want to do. The answer is still no. You're going to pay for it later. Whatever you do to them, I'm telling y'all that's what they saying. Yeah, you think you got power, dude. The plan you had for the world, yeah, like you was going to do this new world order. We said no, we rejecting it. You have no power. So all of your little plan is going to be rejected. Yeah, and because we know your checks don't clear and you broke as up, yeah, we can't even accept nothing but yin, yang, ching, chong. We don't want your dollars. He got his finger in his ear saying, la, 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 la. He having a child. Hey, Nika. Hey, that's my girl. Hey, precious. Mwah. Yeah. Shout out to Nika, y'all. That's my girl. She is, I think, one of the only people that I've had the honor and pleasure of meeting off YouTube in person. Now, they got me, girl. They got me. Trump said this heifer here may be small channel, but her voice carries. Yeah, she ain't got all them views for nothing. They doing a mass pull, demonetization. So yeah, they got me. They got me. That's why I'm late moving. I don't move as fast, but I still got to put the truth out there, Nika. I got to tell the people the truth because they trying to take us out. So now this ain't a new one. I'm trying to figure out what I need to do, but some censorship at its finest, Miss Tom. And we knew it was coming. We knew it was coming. We knew it was coming. That's all I'm gonna say. So if anybody wants to support me or continue their membership, please hit my Cash App, $AUNTEAFEE. Yeah, we got to keep the word going. Absolutely. Yes. So if anybody want to know if Auntie Fee is who she say she is, do she look like the picture she put up, anything you want to, she know. We have met personally. Okay? Ain't no faking and shaking. Oh, and Nika, I forgot that it was another person that started me on my rant today, but I hit you on the back end. Okay? So, y'all, that's Hey Monty. Hey Monty trucking. Keep on trucking, Monty. You're gonna keep on trucking. Oh, no, you can't get to that sweet loving. I'm sorry, my bad. Wrong song. You already know. They can't ask me thick. Yeah, I know. That's what I was talking about. They demonetized me. They are doing a mass demonetization. I think, it's hitting the people who are telling the truth about Trump now. They did this last year, and it was reused content. This time around, it's, what is it? I can't remember, dang. I think it's those Lego characters, and they have all this AI. 1 minute they want you to use AI, the next minute they don't. So it's about the AI. I think it's about the little Lego characters, the little short, fat, stubby little characters and stuff that's animated. But who knows? He is pro-Trump. Okay? So censorship is real. That's all I'm going to say. Had me feeling some type of way. Oh, Monty. God will make a way. He's a way maker. He's just a way maker. Way maker. I just gotta keep my energy up for it. I ain't gonna lie. I've been moving slow because the likes, But I'm gonna be okay. We've been here before. They did it this time last year. They have a mass demonetization, but they say this one is the biggest. And it's about the big hip orange guy. A couple of weeks ago, you got paused for no, it wasn't a pause. It is it's AI. They want you to go through. They want you to use AI, but people, what I think is, it's the characters, those little Legos, and the little people in AI. And when people set up those AI accounts, they duplicate them. So they be having 4 or 5 duplicated for mass, because I've seen it. When I think about it, I've seen it. Even when the guy that I use, the one that I use for Bill Clinton, there's somebody else. So they got pages with a different name, if you know what I mean. So I think that factored into, and they just doing a censorship. That's just my opinion. And they making it really hard for you to just appeal it because it's not a real person. They don't have real people to appeal it. It's still AI. It's AI generated. Okay? So please hit the like button. So I can move. I'm trying to read when you got pause. I don't think that was it. Because that was copyright. This is nothing to do with copyright. This is not copyrighted. I can't think. Oh, okay. Unauthentic. Something like that. They're saying it's not real. So it's AI, and people are for mass production to milk the system. So they want you to prove that you're not AI, but then when you go to appeal it and they check it, it's AI that's checking it, if that makes sense. You know, I want to show my support, but I don't have Cash App. But you got Zelle. If you want to. Now, that's only if you want to. We communicated through Zelle before. But it's up to you, baby girl. I know you do. I know you, and we'll work it out if you want to. Yeah. It's because I still see you when I go through. Yeah. Okay, so y'all ready? Thank you, Nika. I love you, precious. Oh, Janet, Zelle, who are you there? Who am I? Who am I? Janet, you asked me that. Okay, so Janet, I'll send it to, because you know we communicate on IG, so I'll send it to you on IG. And I gotta check because I don't know who I am. I don't know what email address I gotta text. Say less. All right. Y'all ready for the show? Okay, so do we want to start with him? Do we want to start with here, or the old guy that's talking about what's going on in them courts? Not courts. Courts. Them courts. Because them courts is trying to nab that ass. They said he is probably going to be the first president ever that is going to prison for when he was convicted.
Chinese prostitution.
Oh, Chinese prostitution. You got some yin yang hooker bait. Oh, so like the massage parlors. Yeah, when you go in to get a massage and she say, we rub you long time. You want over? You want me to rub you over? Huh? What? Y'all want to, let's start here, y'all. Let's start here, because he said Chinese prostitution ring, Lord. These elite freaks here, they on a whole nother happy ending. No more Panda Express, Monty. She say, I rub your back. You want me to turn over? You want me to rub you low? You want me to rub you all over? What we doing? She said, how do I say what we doing in English? Woo! Lord, red light district. Huh? She said, you want the red light special? It's red light special. Monty, she said, sometimes I got to get up on your back to work it out. Turn over. here it is. I like me some Panda Express. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, she gonna be saying, oh yeah, I can get it out. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, okay. Panda Express. Let's go, y'all. Let's get it started. Hit the like button. Let's go. Let's go. Why is it saying no? Let's go.
A Chinese prostitution ring was busted here in Washington, D.C., and then it just went away.
Oh.
Their client list were politicians,
Oh.
government officials,
Oh.
and lobbyists. And then next week, he couldn't find it. The black
It just
Chinese
disappeared.
prostitution ring was busted here in Washington, D.C., and then it just went away. Their client list were a Chinese prostitution ring was busted here in Washington, D.C., and then it just went away. Their client list were politicians, government officials, and lobbyists. And then next week, he couldn't find it. The black book, everything was gone. The political nature and just the evil corruption that this town is about. I just don't think we're ever
Like
gonna
that
get to the
movie,
bottom of
Black
all of it.
Rhino.
You're under the impression it is extraterrestrial life. You think we're the best that God can do? We are one grain of sand in a billion beaches.
Have you seen anything?
Absolutely.
Can you talk about this publicly?
Absolutely.
Oh, now it's
Bottom of
funny
all of
that
it. You're under the impression it is extraterrestrial life. You think we're the best that God can do? We are one grain of sand in a billion beaches.
Have you seen anything?
Absolutely.
Can you talk about this publicly?
Absolutely not.
now it's
They
funny
on
that he
Capitol-
said that because I was looking earlier. I was up late last night with I have a homeboy that we've been friends for like probably 30 years or so, and he was on the road, so I talked to him. Anyway, we was talking. I guess he saw where I. Anyway, we was talking about the Anunnaki. Oh man, my battery low. We was talking about some things, and so I ran across some, and I sent it to myself to show y'all today, because sometimes when I see stuff, I don't know how true it be sometimes, and a lot of stuff is coming out, with all this Epstein stuff. Lord in heaven knows we don't know what's fully in the Epstein files. We think that it's just about them elites playing with kids, but it's more than that. It's more than that's how we found out about 9/11. They were involved with that. That's how we really got to some of the meat and potatoes about the CIA and the Kennedy, JFK. So all of this stuff is in the Epstein files, and we had no earthly idea. I think even playing with the DNA and the torture, we saw a little of the torturing last night. That was just kind of horrible. When and what was really, it was all bad, but it reminded me of when Toby in Roots, was it Toby? No, Kuta Kinte wouldn't say that his name was Toby, and they kept afflicting pain upon him every time he would ask him, what is your name? And he would say Kunta Kinte. And he got punished for every time. So when we heard the lady being handled inappropriately, all hogtied, and the creature was asking, what is your name? And she would say her name, and he would say, no, your name is Slave. What is your name? She said her name. He said, your name is Slave, until she said her name was Slave. So when I say a lot of this is of MAGA, making America great again, is to make America slave again. It's remnants of that, even in the Epstein files. So sometimes when it appears that I am just being far-fetched, I'm not. I'm on point. Now, did I know how on point I was when I make those statements? No. Only God did. He just gave me the message, if that makes sense to you. So when I'm hearing this right here, and I'm thinking about what I had pushed forward, I got pictures that look like Trump was trying to talk to ET, not ET, yeah, an alien. It's a whole bunch of alien stuff. Georgia former catches man stealing. A lot of alien stuff being presented for some reason. Now I know Brian asked Obama about it, and he said, "Yeah, but he don't believe the 51, Studio 51 or whatever that is, Area 51." Now maybe they didn't want him to know about it, but I pushed some stuff to show y'all today, and I'm like, "Oh Lord, is this what's really going on?" So to hear, oh, I'm pulling it up. So to hear, oh, boss said, "Yeah, you thank God when he was creating, he only stopped here." I'm thinking, I don't know. So I'm gonna show y'all the one when he was talking to Trump. I sent it to myself. Looked like he was fussing at an alien, and I said to myself, "This fool is crazy. He think that he can control the aliens too, and maybe he can, cause I don't know nothing about that." But to watch him, I'm getting there. I'm having to go to another device. I'm gonna show y'all. Auntie Fee don't like to really keep nothing from you, but I typically want to know if something is true first. But all I know is after Obama mentioned it, he started talking about what he was going to release. Right? Let me see if I can. Okay, yeah, this one. And oh no, that's not him. And I got a couple of them. I'm talking. Is this the one he? Did I just cut it off? Oh no, y'all bear with me. But y'all not hitting the like button. So do I want to show y'all this tea? Oh well, never mind. My likes ain't up. How's 130 people in here and I only got 19 likes? Yeah, now I'll hold it for the real tea sippers. Let's go.
Hill, some of the biggest questions about a Chinese
My bad.
prostitution ring was busted here in Washington, D.C., and then it just went away. Her client lists were politicians, government officials, and lobbyists. And the next week, he couldn't find it. The black book, everything was gone. The political nature and just
What
the evil
did he
corruption
say?
of this
Something
town is
like,
about.
I released
I just don't
the
think
relevant
we're ever
stuff.
going to get to the bottom of all
I
of
can't
it.
remember
You're
what
under the impression
exactly.
it is extraterrestrial life. You think we're the best that God can do? We are one grain of sand in a billion beaches.
No, we are
Have
the
you seen
best
anything?
now.
Absolutely.
Can you talk about this publicly?
Absolutely not. Today on Capitol Hill, some of the biggest questions about power in America are colliding all at once, from everything from the Epstein
It
files
is.
to blackmail to corruption and even insider trading. Now, we're
Insider
hearing more
trading.
from lawmakers
That's the one I forgot.
themselves about how power actually works behind
Hey,
closed
me.
doors here in Washington, D.C. And as investigations ramp up around Epstein related files and political connections, questions are being raised about who knew what and who might be exposed next. At the same time, federal regulators are actively investigating trading movements that are tied to policy decisions. More on that with Tim Burchett in a second. He touches on that in our interview as well. And I think what's also interesting is Trump's response to insider trading. Take a look at this clip.
That all Americans can profit from a rising stock market. Let's also ensure that members of Congress cannot corruptly profit from using insider information.
But your
Now,
son
what's probably
can.
the hardest to ignore right now, even with everything going on, is the current scandal regarding the Epstein files. Now, at one point, the Trump administration had claimed that they released everything, but Trump's current acting attorney general recently said that he won't release even one more Epstein file, even if they do exist. Take a look at that clip here.
You have the authority to go ahead and release more, do you not? And you have the authority to go to Congress, perhaps? No, we have released everything. So listen, we reviewed 6 million pieces of paper. What we released was anything associated with the Epstein files. So there, we are not sitting on a single piece of paper. Nothing that should be released.
Now, even if that wasn't enough, Trump is still teasing the release of classified UAP documents. Now, some online are saying that this is a major distraction from things like the Epstein files themselves, but it's still interesting nonetheless. Take a look at this clip.
The biggest lie in fitness is that you have to choose between reaching your goals and actually enjoying your food.
He made a big mistake. He took it out of classified information. No, I don't have an opinion on it. I never talk about it. A lot of people do. A lot of people believe it. Do you believe it, Peter?
Well, if the president can declassify anything that he wants to, so
Well,
if you
maybe I'll
want to
get him
make
out
an
of trouble.
announcement.
I may get him out of trouble by declassifying.
Now, with all of this happening in the media, a lot of people rightfully feel
was talking about
that there are
E.T.
a lot
phone
of smoke
home.
and mirrors right now. So to talk to us today about all of this, I am bringing on Republican Congressman Tim Burchett. Enjoy the interview. How's it going, everybody? So I am joined today by Congressman Tim Burchett, and he's here to talk to me about a variety of things. But first and foremost, Congressman, thanks so much for joining me. I really
Thanks for having me,
appreciate
dude.
it.
It's a big honor.
Of
I'm a
course.
big fan of TMZ. Harvey's and Charles have been very kind to me. So they laugh at me, but it's cool.
Well, you and your team have been very hospitable, so thank you.
Thank you, brother.
To get things started off, the Epstein files have been a topic of discussion for millions and millions of Americans for quite some time now. Now, obviously, you're someone of high standing in the House of Representatives, and and I'm wondering, you know, are there any things that the media is not reporting on right now with regards to kind of, is there any tension in the House of Reps regarding the Epstein files?
Sure.
And the people that don't want them out, what could the incentive for them not being released be?
First of all, I've been raising Cain about that for the last 4 years. You know, now it's everybody all of a sudden, no, the Epstein files, but you know, they've had them since in previous presidents' administrations and put them in the courts, and you know, everything's been sealed, and that's on purpose. I honestly don't think when
So they were sealed.
everything's out
Okay.
that people are going to be satisfied. Because I'm not going to be. I don't believe it. I don't believe that the files haven't been tampered with. When you the political nature and just the evil corruption that this town is about has been for quite some time. I just don't think we're ever going to get to the bottom of all of it. I think there's a lot of misinformation out there, and just because it's in the files, because Epstein put it in his files, doesn't necessarily mean it's the truth. And I would warn people too that, you know, now there's kind of an effort of some of the girls. They were girls then when they were abused, but then at some point they went from abusers to recruiters apparently for Epstein. Now do they get
workers,
a walk because of their abuse, or you know, I said that's up to the ethics people and the lawyers to figure that out. You know, and under Chairman Comer, though, who's the chairman of oversight, he had released, I believe, 10,000 files or something, and they were methodically going through it, and then immediately what happened when we just rushed to throw everything out, which I support. I support transparency. Some of the girls who were girls then are now ladies who wanted their names redacted got out. And I think sometimes we had an old saying when I was in the Tennessee legislature, a very wise attorney who's now a judge, I believe, he said, you know, we need to go a little slower so we can get there a little faster. Because we're having to go back and redo things. So honestly, I don't ever think we're ever going to get to the bottom of it.
When you say evil corruption, what are you referencing in particular?
Just the very nature of this town. You know, you see people that in office steal money. They use their job or their power to sexually abuse women because of the power they have over them, and it's nothing new. It's nothing
it ain't,
new.
But tell us more.
You know, absolutely. It's amazing to me that it's not amazing to me. It's, I guess, somebody asked me what my biggest surprise was when I got up here, is that I was never really surprised about any of it. I spent 16 years in Tennessee doing a very poor job at a lot of this stuff, and this is what we get. Heck yeah, they will. And they have that. Nothing new. It's nothing new. It's since the dawn of time. You know, they were methodically going through it, and then immediately what happened when we just rushed to throw everything out, which I support. I support transparency. Some of the girls who were girls then are now ladies who wanted their names redacted got out. And I think sometimes we had old saying when I was in the Tennessee legislature, a very wise attorney who's now a judge, I believe, he said, you know, we need to go a little slower so we can get there a little faster because we're having to go back and redo things. So honestly, I don't ever think we're ever going to get to the bottom of it.
When you say evil corruption, what are you referencing in particular?
Just the very nature of this town. You know, you see people that in office steal money. They use their job or their power to sexually abuse women because of the power they have over them. And it's nothing new. It's nothing new. It's since the dawn of time. You know, this town's full of dirtbags, and we continue to elect dirtbags when 12% of the population goes and votes. You know, I consider myself an evangelical Christian, and 40% of evangelical Christians don't go vote. I'm a gun owner. 30% of gun owners don't go vote. But will they raise Cain about some issue? Heck yeah, they will. And they have that right. But my point is that they need to step up to the plate. And you know, we don't teach civics in school like we used to. We're doing a very poor job at a lot of this stuff, and this is what we get.
I'm wondering if you think that, you know, you said that this town is full of dirtbags and it's full of corruption. Do you think that corruption leans more to one side of the political spectrum than the other?
Well, of course, as a Republican, I think both parties are crooked. I just think the Democrat Party is a little more crooked. But, you know, power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. It's amazing to me that it's not amazing to me. It's, I guess, somebody asked me what my biggest surprise was when I got up here, is that I was never really surprised about any of it. I spent 16 years in the Tennessee legislature, and I had friends there that had committed suicide, went to prison, got beat, lost their families, lost everything. And, you know, so up here, why would it be any different? It's like my wife says, it's like the junior high school with a big checkbook. And not everybody. There's a lot of people up here that are here for the right reasons. It meant my friends on the left and my friends that are conservative like myself. But just the ability of insider information, of graft, of power. And the best thing I ever had growing up in life was that we didn't have a lot. My mom and daddy were career educators, and we grew up in what you'd call middle-class suburbia. And we had a huge mortgage on our house, and I think they stroked $400 a month, and they finally paid off their house that we lived in.
He's
The only
speaking
house I ever
knowledge.
lived in
Trump
growing
don't want
up.
people to be educated. Trump says, yeah,
and I was
I
around
have
a
to
lot
step
of
out.
people.
Hold on.
Really surprised about any of it. I spent 16 years in the Tennessee legislature, and I had friends there that had committed suicide, went to prison,
Hey, Belinda.
got beat, lost their families, lost everything. And, you know, so up here, why would it be any different? It's like my wife says, it's like the junior high school with a big checkbook. And not everybody. There's a lot of people up here that are here for the right reasons. It meant my friends on the left and my friends that are conservative like myself. But just the ability of insider information, of graft, of power. And the best thing I ever had growing up in life was that we didn't have a lot. My mom and daddy were career educators, and we grew up in what you'd call middle-class suburbia. And we had a huge mortgage on our house, and I think they stroked $400 a month, and they finally paid off their house that we lived in, the only house I ever lived in growing up. And and I was around a lot of people that had money,
Interesting.
and we never had it. And we had cars. Daddy always made sure we had a transportation, but we learned how to work on those cars. And Daddy was a mechanic before the Second World War. Wow, believe that?
Yeah, I'm listening to him, but he said that Evangelica, and that's who. That's that Paula White, Huckabee, and what's that? I can't think of his name. Out in South Lake, that got arrested and went to prison this year. That's already out. Trump's former spiritual advisor before Paula White. So I'm listening. I wonder, does he receive APEC donation? That's going to should be our determining factor come November. Who has been financially supported by APEC? Because if they're supported by APEC, then they don't have our best interests at heart. I don't care if that's left, right, red or blue, black or white. I don't care. If they are receiving donations from APEC, then they have APEC, Israel's interests at heart. They've been paid, especially if they done got millions.
Before he went and fought in the Pacific, fought the Japanese. And so I appreciated folks with money, but we never had it. And so when I got into college and I was in a fraternity, I drove a lot of nice cars, but they weren't mine because they started enforcing DUIs, and I don't drink. And so they would take me over. My fee was for chili dogs from the old Smoky Mountain Market.
He was
If I had
speaking
to drive
about
some
the
of these
education system.
drunk-ass guys around,
Trump
and they're
is
very
not
nice cars.
educated. He
And I drove
paid people
BMWs
to
and
do his.
Porsches
He sure did.
and nice Camaros and things like that. Yeah. Or as we say in East Tennessee, Camario. But, and then when I got to the legislature, the draw wasn't there for me to be pulled into those circles. And if whatever your thing is, whether it's men or women or drugs or drink or liquor or cash, it'll find you if that's your proclivity. And I just I was never caught up in all that. I was never trapped in that web.
Touching on your
The
point
way
about
Trump
money,
talks about most
something
of
that you
his
briefly
vocabulary
mentioned was
is
that
been
money
around.
has the power to corrupt.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but he fails. No, he can only speak well when someone has wrote his speech for
and
him.
been made,
If he talks
more
on his
apparent to the
own, when he
public
tries
eye
to
in the
go
last
off on
decade,
his
I feel
own
like
and
more
speak,
now
it
than
gets
ever.
really
And
elementary.
you also mentioned that there are certain circles in the House of Representatives that abuse that power. Can you tell me about those circles and how they operate?
Yeah, I'll tell you how it used to operate. You go on a trip, or you're here at a motel at a cocktail party or something, and
Okay, y'all, I need for y'all to get the likes up. And while we are getting the likes up, double tap the face of your phone, just like that, hit those three dots at the top right, and go to the thumbs up. Now, y'all, I'm like on day 3 of a clean penny in my water. And when I tell you, I can absolutely tell the difference with the penny in the copper penny in the water. I can absolutely tell the difference, especially with my injuries. Get the likes up, y'all. Only one person hit the like button. And I got it in this water right here. And I put a penny. Y'all can hear it. And when I'm leaning on my arm, while I'm gonna lie, leaning over, I got a penny right here that I put on this shoulder over here. That sometimes get a little achy because I'm on my elbow. I can tell the difference when I put that penny over here and just let it sit. So it is absolutely something to, as well as putting the salt at night. Not Epsom salt, sea salt in my. Yeah, I got the only one person hit the like button, so I'm gonna keep talking. Putting sea salt in my socks to stimulate those nerve endings in your feet that they say go all the way up to your lymphatics. I can tell. Absolutely can tell. Let's go.
Yeah, you're sitting at the bar, and an attractive lady comes up, and you know, you buy her a drink, and she's laughing at your jokes, and she's, you know, laughing at you and touching your head, your shoulder, and then she touches your knee, and the next thing you know, you're up in the motel room with her naked. And then,
What?
and you think, wow, I just pulled off the ultimate crime, you know. The family back home, the preacher back home, nobody's gonna know about this, and you're kind of smug about it, and it maybe happens overseas.
I normally couldn't either, Mrs. Tom, but I just tried it.
Dare say, and generally, people are drawn to power. Henry Kissinger said, "Power is the ultimate aphrodisiac," you know, and he was always had was a smoke show, you know, and he was just a little,
Okay, I'm finna move on, freaky. I'm trying to see.
and that's how they own you. I mean, seriously.
Oh,
these
that's how
guys
they
up-
own you. Okay, well, let me back up.
It's going to go away. And then, boom, guess what? They got the hooks in you, and they you see somewhere, you know, did you hook up with some girl? And you're thinking, oh, no. And their first thought is, how do they know this? Second is, I can't let this out. And they said, dude, we don't want this out. And they go, oh, yeah, I don't want this out. And they said, well, man, if you can help us with this bill, voting this way, if you can
This
do
is
that,
how. This is how. Okay, let me back it up, cause he telling us how it's going.
Or out here in D.C. somewhere, and, you know, did you hook up with some girl? And you're thinking, oh, no. And their first thought is, how do they know this? Second is, I can't let this out. And they said, dude, we don't want this out. And they go, oh, yeah, I don't want this out. And they said, well, man, if you can help us with this bill, voting this way, if you can do that, I can guarantee you that is going to go away. And then, boom, guess what? They got the hooks in you, and they own you. Nowadays, sexual proclivity is not as frowned upon because we're morally corrupt. And, you know, you got a wife and or a girlfriend, you know, wife at home, a girlfriend up here, and they might have them a really nice no-show job. And it's all legal. It's all legal. And
A
but
no-show
not ethical or
job.
moral. And that's how they own you. I mean, seriously, these guys up here, gals, some of them, you know, you wouldn't hire them to work the third shift at the Krispy Kreme donuts. You know, they got family members that work in the defense industry. I mean, do you think a multi-billion-dollar corporation cares about a $100,000 or a $200,000 no-show job? I mean, it's just pennies to them, and then they own you, and that's how it's done now, and it's all within the system, and it's legal, and you know, maybe they're all qualified for these jobs, but my wife always reads about the extremely good fortune of some of my colleagues making 600% return on their investments, and their family members have all these great jobs, and she laughs and says, honey, if you could just be a little bit crooked, and, you know, knowing that we're not, but, you know, it's just, and it's not all of them. It's not all. It's not every chairman, and it's not one party versus the other, but it just seems that a lot of these folks up here are able to pull this off. You know, and I make skateboards, okay? It's cheaper than a psychiatrist. I don't sleep much at night, and I go out in my barn, and from 10 till 2 or 3 in the morning, I'll work on my skateboard. So I give one to Tulsi Gabbard. It was a pretty cool skateboard. I made it out of banana plant fibers, and which I got a bag of it right here. Everybody thinks that's a bag of weed, but it's actually, and I make a little rope and strings out of it. And bamboo and some red oak I got off of a pallet. I always recycle stuff. And And I gave her this skateboard. And so now everybody over the world literally is saying, man, I love a Burchett board. Can you get me a Burchett board? And I was like, cool. So I go down to ethics and I say,
Hey, Bailey.
I got this business thing. Can I do this? And they say, well, you gotta, you go through, and there's all these hoops I got to jump through. So I can basically hide this business from you, the public, but it's technically legal then. And I said, so wait a minute, dude. I tell this attorney, so you're telling me I can do insider stock trading up here as a member of Congress, but I can't sell a dadgum skateboard? And that's what we're at right now. And that's where we're at. That's why people like me are very unpopular. And I'm not suicidal. In case I show up tomorrow with...
That's important.
That's important. If I show up tomorrow with 12 bullet
say
holes in the back of my head, oh, he shot himself.
So, insider it seems like there's an overwhelming network of blackmail within the House of Representatives. Would you say that's accurate?
Right, Nicole.
No, I
oh
don't
my
think it's
God.
Overwhelmingly. I don't think it's overwhelming, and I think it's very subtle. You don't need. A lobbyist told me one time in Nashville. I was in the legislature 16 years. He said, he was very, very kind to me. He said, Burchett, he said, I don't need every member of the House or the Senate. I don't need the governor. I just need one chairman.
Without saying any names, can you walk me through a specific example that you have seen firsthand where someone has tried to sway the congressman or a chairman to their side of the spectrum using these blackmail tactics?
No, because if I did, it would. It's all just my vibe and my feelings towards
He
that.
can't name no names. You trying to get him
a good brain
taken out?
You can research it yourself, but because it doesn't, it's not going to change anything. If I call somebody out and have I seen them hook up with a prostitute or seen somebody hand somebody an envelope with cash?
A prostitute. So they are. So I mean, at least a prostitute is willing. Why they be messing with them kids? Why they mess with the kids? This time I brought some magnesium lotion and pure magnesium spray. Lotion help, and I added the spray the bottom of my feet, trying some socks. I typically do not wear socks. And I actually had them little patch things. Let me see. To pull the toxins out. I'm just trying to stay detox. Because, and I said, well, girl, stop. This is our problem. Let me tell you, I had to talk to myself. Because I have some probably over here. I'm always talking about we are our own worst enemies, and we don't want to eat right, or we don't want to stop eating this stuff. They know that they are poison because, we are conditioned, and we eat by taste instead of nutrition, and we do stuff or don't do stuff that we know we need to do for health reasons. So when I said I'm gonna try just the socks, not the pads, I tried that, and stuff came out the bottom of my feet. I ain't gonna lie, but I didn't want to put on the socks. So when I put the salt in the socks that night, I could feel the tingle. And that next morning, it was a couple of things that happened that I noticed, but I definitely could tell the energy. I knew that there was a tingle at the bottom of my feet, so I knew that the nerves were being activated. And, oh man, I don't know how to say this without being nasty, but I could tell it worked. So when I did it the second day, I could tell it worked again. So do I not put socks on my feet because I don't like socks on my feet or footies? Or do I try to get my knee better, my body, my joints, the inflammation? Do I try to get the system moving the way it needs to move, because we're deficient in a lot of things? And a lot of the medicines that we take have side effects that keeps us crippled one way or another. So I'm just going to say, challenge yourself. Put some sea salt or Himalaya salt in your socks. Try it for a couple of days. See how your feet feel, how your body feel, how your energy feel, and what comes out in your toilet. And you're gonna be like, okay, now is this stuff really working like this for real? Some sea salt in my socks. You mean? And then see if it motivates you, because I do like magnesium. I didn't used to do that. I'm doing more now, Mrs. Tom, than I have ever did in my life. I had some footies from when I travel, so that I won't have to walk on those floors that I'm not familiar with. And I just put some footies on, put some salt in it when I got out the bathtub, lotion up with my magnesium. And y'all really haven't heard me say nothing about my knee, have you? And I put my penny in my water. I thought that was the craziest thing. So I started cleaning pennies, soaking them in hot water and baking soda. Oh, I wore Crocs in the hospital with no socks. Oh, I don't know. I couldn't do that. Okay, let's keep going.
Happens too much. I mean, we have members that resign and get in trouble. I mean, just recently,
Let me back it up.
one quick example. I was on the Benny vibe and my feelings towards that, but God's given you a good brain. You can research it yourself. But it doesn't, it's not going to change anything. If I call somebody out and have I seen them hook up with a prostitute?
Yeah, I'm not a socks word either.
Cash, well, heck no. It happens too much. I mean, we have members that resign, get in
socks
trouble. Recently, I'll give you one quick example. I was on the Benny show one time. It was early on. He didn't have a gajillion followers, and I wasn't really in the internet much. And I talked about that, the honey pot, where you get hooked up on somebody. And they called me out on it. Virtue, you can't be saying this stuff. People are mad. And then the very next week, a Chinese prostitution ring was busted here in Washington.
She loved me a long time.
Big story. And then it just went away. And they said their client lists were politicians, government officials, and lobbyists. And they said that in the dadgum article. And the next week, you couldn't find it. The black book, everything was gone. And you can Google that.
Insider trading seems to be a big topic for many in the House of Reps. Talk to me about what you're doing to combat that.
Apparently I'm not going to be able to do much because this town doesn't want it. Either party doesn't. You're privileged to a lot of information up here, and you can make decisions on that. And I just say, look, more people play professional baseball than in the dadgum United States Congress. It's a privilege. Every time you get off that airplane, if you don't look at that dome on the Capitol and get chills, you need to get your ass back home and quit, because it's not worth it. And I'm tired of hearing congressmen say how much this job is costing them to be here. Well, dadgummit, go home. Don't do it. Go home and make 600% on your returns, and if that's how great, go work on Wall Street. The bill I have just says you can't own stocks. You got to put them in a mutual fund. I got a couple of friends that advise me on my stuff, Andy Venable and Tommy Seiler. Mutual fund at a $12,000, which I cashed out, sent my daughter to school for her first year. Partially, I still in the hole for a little more. But anyway, but I'm not bitter. But that's what you ought to do. It's on a dadgum mutual fund. Individual stocks. And now the new bill says, well, you can keep your portfolio, but you just can't buy any more stocks. Well, if you got a $20 million portfolio, you're going to vote for stuff. Here's the issue. Here's the bill. Here's the deal. We sent our missile defense system to Ukraine, and so we had to replenish ours. Multi-billion-dollar no-bid contract. Who owns stock in? Who do you think some people that own stock in that? Members of Congress on both sides.
Members of Congress, absolutely.
And it's public
everything that they push, it's like, why are we doing that?
It's crooked as a dog's leg.
It's crooked.
There's all other scenarios, and when this airs, they're going to come see me. He said, "Burchett, man, you can't say that kind of stuff." And I said, "But it's the truth, right?" And they go, "Yeah, it's the truth. We just don't want you saying it." And I'm sick of it, man. I'm sick of it. And it's not every member. They own stock, and there's the vast majority of them are legitimate. When somebody day in and day out, and they make hundreds of stock trades in a year, and day in and day out make 500-600% return,
Yeah.
that ain't happening, dude.
If I could just pivot to one
You
more
wouldn't advise,
And
these
don't
people wouldn't
forget
advise
the
you on how
war.
to set
Oh,
up a backup garage sale,
big
much
profit.
less your stock portfolio if they're worth millions of dollars.
If I could just pivot to one more question
And the
before we
rebuild.
wrap up here. There's been a lot of conversation regarding UAPs.
You know, with AI,
You can create any character you want in seconds.
Yeah,
This
you
used to require huge Hollywood
that'll get you demonetized.
Yeah.
Extraterrestrial life.
UFO, sure.
UFOs. I think there's a huge debate between whether or not we're being visited by extraterrestrial life, or if this is some kind of military defense project by a company, say.
Let me
Lockheed
stop you
Martin.
right there, all right? It's not Russia. If it was Russia, they would not be bogged down in Ukraine if they had this kind of technology. If it's China, they'd own us. I dare say they might own us right now with the greed of this town and the lobbyists, but it's not them, and it's not ours, because we would not put our military fighting men and women in that kind of harm's way with a $500 million aircraft and the millions upon millions of dollars it takes to train these pilots. And they're not like these cowboys they show on television. Most of them are eggheads. I mean, they are mathematical geniuses, because they're doing all kinds of things in their heads, and it's not just a joystick and woohoo, you know.
What if it's not manned by a pilot?
There's no capability. That we have zero capabilities of that kind of thing. I mean, we're talking about things that go hundreds of miles an hour underwater, things that can hover. We have no energy source that something could hover from 2 to 6 hours and then take off at such a rate of speed that we've had testimony, sworn testimony, that the energy that would take would run Los Angeles for a year, kind of thing. It's just unbelievable, and it's not, and nothing, and you could not survive in that. You're literally, you would turn into a ketchup package. I mean, that's gross, but that's why the plasma thing and the orbs are very fascinating. But but there's laws of physics that define some of this stuff, and some of it is quantum physics is one. I mean, you got this thing that can vibrate here and be instantaneously over here. So I'd say there's scientific arguing back and forth, and of course I said if they would not come to Washington, obviously, because there is no intelligent life down here.
Okay. Well, it sounds, sorry to keep it going, but it sounds like you're under the impression it is extraterrestrial life.
Yeah, I am. I don't think it's us. I mean, do you think we're the best that God can do? We are one grain of sand in a billion beaches.
Have you seen anything? Any files? Any pictures? Any reports?
Absolutely.
And can you talk about this publicly?
Absolutely not. And that's part of the problem. That's part of the problem. And I told President Trump that on the morning of the State of the Union, very early at 6:05 in the morning, that we were, that it needs to peel, it's like layers of an onion. You start peeling it back.
One final question. Would the world look at itself differently should they see the things that you have?
I would think so. I would think they would. I mean, for a short while, we always are going to go back to feudal fighting. You know, take away all the weapons in the world, everything would be great for about a week, and then somebody would figure out how to throw a rock at somebody, and then it would just start all over again. I think it's just human nature. But we are not the best that God can do, and I do not think we are alone.
Congressman Burchett, thanks so much for joining me today.
Thank
I
you.
really
Oh,
appreciate
wow.
it.
Tell
Thank you.
them that it's human nature. So, E.T. for home. Trump pardon. Oh, wow. I hope he's not pardoning that lady. Let's go here.
and looking so desperate as Iran says it has no intention of showing up in Islamabad.
What we doing with the likes?
Panicking and looking so desperate as Iran says it has no intention of showing up in Islamabad for further negotiations with the United States on coming up with any deal until the Trump regime agrees to the 10-point negotiating framework that it previously agreed to, and to stop threatening Iran to move away from its non-negotiable points, which Iran has said it will never move away from. Now, the Trump regime has already already started to send military and civilian aircraft into Pakistan in advance of potential talks with Iran. At the same time, Iran says they will not be sending any of their negotiators to show up unless and until the United States
Thank you
removes the blockade from the Persian Gulf, and unless and until
for the
Donald Trump
support.
stops lying about Iran's negotiating position. Now, Pakistan's Field Marshal Munir, who is the top official in Pakistan, has told Donald Trump, Iran really is not going to show up as long as you have this blockade and as long as you keep on threatening to destroy their civilization and to destroy all of their bridges and civilian infrastructure. There's no way to engage in a negotiation, Donald, while you continue to say that. Nonetheless, Donald Trump is already sending in his advance team for negotiations. I mean, it's a fairly desperate move that while Iran is saying they're not showing up, and they're publicly saying they're not, they may show up, but they're posturing as though they won't show up. Donald Trump is rushing his team to show up in Islamabad to basically wait for Iran. You can see the plane right there flying in to the Nur Khan Air Base near Islamabad a short while ago. As noted, Pakistan's Army Chief Asim Munir told Donald Trump that the U.S. blockade of Iranian ports is blocking renewed U.S.-Iran talks. Trump said that he would consider it, but then Donald Trump went on social media moments ago and posted the following this morning. Israel never talked me into the war with Iran. The results of October 7th added to my lifelong opinion that Iran can never have a nuclear weapon. Did. I watch and read the fake news pundits and polls in total disbelief. 90% of what they say are lies and made-up stories. The polls are rigged, much as the 2020 presidential election was rigged. Just like the results in Venezuela, which the media doesn't like talking about, the results in Iran will be amazing. And if Iran's new leaders, regime change, ! Are smart, Iran can have a great and prosperous future. DJT. So he's already toning down his rhetoric a little bit, but I mean, he still is ranting and raving like a lunatic. And what Donald Trump's military generals are saying, it's Donald, if you want to go in for a ground invasion, if you want to talk tough, we have the capabilities to do that, but we're going to incur massive casualties. Thousands, if not tens of thousands of American soldiers are going to die, but we can complete this mission. Is that what you want us to do? And then Donald Trump's like, no, I don't want us to do that. Okay, well, what do you want us to do? Watch me go on social media, and I'm going to post things in all caps, and that'll show Iran we're going to threaten. Iran recognizes that Donald Trump isn't just a paper tiger. He is the most paper tiger that there is. He talks tough. He has this bluster and bravado. But if you followed him before, he always backs down when you confront him. And that's what Iran realizes. They see Donald Trump as terrified of markets crashing. They see Donald Trump as always chickening out in that taco meme. And that's why they continue to mock him over and over again. I mean, they're posting these, these AI memes of him drinking crude oil. They're posting their Lego videos. A new one just dropped. I'll just show you 10 seconds of it. Here, play this clip.
Your $1 billion fleet is just turning the air.
See this stuff right.
Iran's posting pictures like this today. Too American. Your enemies aren't in Iran. They're in the Epstein files. Or a post like this from Iranian social media accounts. Battleships that were supposed to defeat an alien armada are wandering for cargo ships? Why so serious? Isn't that called piracy? This says the U.S. Navy has trained its sights on Iranian or Iranian-aligned cargo ships to interdict, and Iran saying, didn't you say you were going to force us to unconditional surrender and you were going to destroy us? And now you have the U.S. Navy, the most powerful Navy in mankind, in humankind, basically functioning as pirates going into cargo ships that are sending goods and material to China. And then Iran's social media account writes, with any equation, moving from unconditional surrender to writing about a cargo ship, one of many, is a loss, a big loss. And the main reason is being trapped inside a Zionist war machine. They're just mocking Donald Trump. Free oil market for all, they're posting. And it's social media post after social media post like this. We also then heard from Iran's foreign minister spokesperson, who said the following: "We have no plans for the next round of negotiations. At no stage of ongoing or previous negotiations has the issue of transferring Iran's enriched uranium stockpiles to the United States or any other country been raised, and fundamentally this option is not on the agenda of the Islamic Republic of Iran. The Islamic Republic of Iran does not recognize any deadlines or ultimatums in securing its national interests. Safeguarding national interest will continue for as long as necessary, and in the event of any new adventurism by the United States or the Zionist regime, the armed forces will respond decisively with full capability. We see no signs that the U.S. is serious about advancing diplomacy," Iran's foreign minister spokesperson says. "Multiple signs point to the exact opposite. The U.S. side constantly changes its demands, but we remain steadfast. Some issues are simply unacceptable, and no amount of insistence on them will change our positions." And so you're hearing statements like that. So then Donald Trump calls up the various regime medias and propagandist medias and people who will just generally serve as his stenographer. So he calls up the New York Post because he's like, oh crap, the markets are tanking again. They realize that I did another market manipulation on Friday, duh. So he pulls the same stunt. He calls up reporters so they can print his words to filter it through their newspapers or their websites to make it seem, oh, well, they're publishing, and so maybe they did diligence when they didn't. So Donald Trump's like, I have no problem going to Islamabad myself. Maybe I will go to Pakistan and I will do the negotiations. I assume at this point nobody's playing games. We're supposed to have talks. Then Donald Trump called up a reporter from The Hill, Julia Manchester, and she just publishes exactly what he says, word for word. "Trump told me over the phone that he disagrees with Energy Secretary Chris Wright's assessment that gas prices may not drop until next year. No, I think he's wrong on that. Totally wrong," Trump said. Okay. But don't you see the scheme and the scam and the fraud that he posted? Let me show you the words of his energy secretary yesterday, the person in charge of this, who said that they expect to have very high gas prices through 2027. Here's what he says. Let's play this clip right here.
Industry. So when you were on the show March 8th, I asked you when gas prices would go under $3 a gallon for regular unleaded. You said, quote, "In the worst case, this is a week's, this is not a month's thing." That was 6 weeks ago, so we're still within the weeks realm, but we're 2 weeks away from the month's thing. When do you think it's realistic for Americans to expect that gas will go back to under $3 a gallon?
I don't know. That could happen later this year. That might not happen till next year. But prices have likely peaked and they'll start going down. Certainly with a resolution of this conflict, you'll see prices go down. Prices across the board on energy prices will go down.
But it might not be under $3 a gallon until 2027.
Under $3 a gallon is pretty tremendous in an inflation-adjusted terms. We had that in the Trump administration, but we hadn't seen that in inflation-adjusted terms for quite a long time. We'll get back there for sure.
Who's leading the double?
Whether you're planting now or later, Fast Growing Trees has everything you need to make your dream yard a reality. Starting with the best quality and selection of plants delivered to your door.
Double tap.
Our show, get 20%
I know y'all
off
see
their
Janet
purchase using
asking
the
y'all
code
to.
MIDAS at checkout. That's 20% off. Show.
Now, Donald Trump had some of his sycophants on state regime media this morning. MAGA Republican Congress member Buddy Carter, along with Maria Bartiromo, were just spewing Trump propaganda talking points that bear no reality to what's really happening on the ground. Play this clip.
And yesterday, the president told me that he is expecting the Iranians to sign this agreement tonight. And if they don't sign it, he said that the U.S. will blow up every single power plant and bridge and more in Iran. Your reaction in terms of where we stand?
Well, certainly you would think the Iranians would have learned a lesson by now, and that is when this president says something, he means it, and he has proven that to them.
No.
And yet they still don't understand, which I think is an indication, first of all, that they just don't get it. Secondly, of the deep hatred that they have for America. And this is something that he's trying to address right here, and I applaud him for doing that. We've got to end this reign of terror that has existed for 47 years. And, you know, high gas prices, nobody likes that, but except for Democrats and John Ossoff, they like it. I remind you of June of 2022 when price of gas was $5 and $6 a gallon. But we will see gas prices come down again. You saw last week when we had a temporary opening of the Strait of Hormuz that prices came down. The price of oil per barrel was lower than $80. They'll come down again as soon as we can get this resolved.
So many things underway and going.
Then you had Democratic Congress member Ro Khanna go on Maria Bartiromo's show, and fortunately, he was pushing back. It was good to see Ro Khanna on that show. Play this clip.
Saying $1.7 billion he told Congress was frozen Iranian assets. Now, there was a back channel to Tehran through Valerie Jarrett, active for 2012 to 2024. This was after he left office. So, you know, it was almost like a shadow government. He also sent pellets of cash in a plane to Iran. Now, why would you send money to Iran knowing that they are building a nuclear weapon and they are the leading sponsor of terrorism?
Barack Obama was a great statesman who left America much safer. I wouldn't put Donald Trump in the same paragraph. The reality is when President Obama left, because of the great efforts of people like Valerie Jarrett, we had 97% of the enriched uranium out. The reality is we didn't have 13 American service members dead. The reality is we never had gas go up from $2.30 to $4. The reality is we did not give China more role in the region. Let me finish, Maria. I'll let you finish.
Okay,
we didn't give China more role in the region. We did not give the IRGC a more hardline regime in there. You know why? Because Obama actually did his homework. He actually tried to engage in statesmanship. He got China, Russia, the entire Europe.
Since she interrupted.
Knowing that they are building a nuclear weapon and they are the leading sponsor of terrorism.
Quit line. Let's go.
Barack Obama was a great statesman who left America much safer. I wouldn't put Donald Trump in the same paragraph. The reality is when President Obama left, because of the great efforts of people like Valerie Jarrett, we had 97% of the enriched uranium out. The reality is we didn't have 13 American service members dead. The reality is we never had gas go up from $2.30 to $4. The reality is we did not give China more role in the region. Let me finish, Maria. I'll let you finish.
Okay,
we didn't give China more role in the region.
He said, shut up. Let me finish and let me get this out. Stop stopping me.
Give China more role in the region. Let me finish, Maria. I'll let you finish.
Okay,
we didn't give China more role in the region. We did not give the IRGC a more hardline regime in there. You know why? Because Obama actually did his homework. He actually tried to engage in statesmanship. He got China, Russia, the entire European allies on board with getting Iran on a path to not having a nuclear weapon. All Trump did is listen to Netanyahu. That's his entire foreign policy. And you know what? I resent the fact that Israel is going to tell the United States what to do. The American president should call the shots in this country.
Well, the American president should call the shots in this country. But
did he eat?
While we're on the topic of the media,
Did he
just want to give a hat tip to Jude Langham because he pointed out something.
Board with getting Iran on a path to not having a nuclear weapon. All Trump did is listen to Netanyahu. That's his entire foreign policy. And you know what? I resent the fact that Israel is going to tell the United States what to do. The American president should call the shots in this country.
Well, the American president should call the shots in this country, but you...
By the way, while we're on the topic of the media, just want to give a hat tip to Jude Langham because he pointed out something that I was noticing as well. Articles about Jared Kushner's diplomatic role with Iran that mention Kushner has received billions from the Saudi government. He looked at it from February 28th to April 19th. The New York Times, 5 out of 58. The Washington Post, 1 of 43. Wall Street Journal, 0 of 40. Associated Press, 0 of 26. CNN Wire, 0 of 18. New York Post, 0 of 17. Chicago Tribune, 0 of 4. LA Times, 0 of 4. In other words, in these articles that reference that Kushner is serving as like a chief negotiator and a diplomat in this area, even though he's not Senate confirmed and nobody wants him to be doing this, that he has all of these business entanglements to the tune of billions and billions of dollars. Glenn Greenwald says, so during Trump's second term, Jared Kushner became a billionaire. The net worth of Trump's three sons exponentially skyrocketed as they're doing all of these deals with Middle East nations and throughout the world. They're doing drone deals and crypto deals and all of these quid pro quos. And Don Jr. has a club called the Executive Branch Club. I think you pay him $500,000 for great access to the Executive Branch Club. Barron Trump is apparently worth $120 million. Much, if not most, of this came from huge cash infusions from Persian Gulf tyrannies, Glenn Greenwald says. Hunter Biden, on the other hand, got $50,000 a month for Burisma to serve as a board member when he previously had a history after Yale Law School of being on multiple boards, including George W. Bush appointed him to be on boards. He was on Amtrak boards, he was on boards for UN food aid boards, and he was a lawyer from Yale. And the reason he was on the Burisma board to begin with is because they wanted someone with pro-American or pro-Western allegiances on the board so it wouldn't be fully controlled by Russian interests. And he was paid $50,000 a month, and that was viewed as the biggest scandal ever. Meanwhile, the Trumps are like quite literally grifting billions in what are like direct quid pro quos. Marjorie Taylor Greene this morning mocking Donald Trump and his regime. She reposted this account, Della Dream, and Marjorie Taylor Greene says, brilliant, mocking MAGA. MAGA talking to a normal person who voted for Trump. Here, play this clip right here.
Aren't you excited? The Strait of Hormuz is open.
No, it's not.
No. How could you not be excited? Because that was open before the war that Trump started for Netanyahu.
Dumb.
And now a lot of people are dead and gas prices are really high. That's anti-Semitic. You're an anti-Semite. What the fuck?
And then you had Kevin Hassett, Donald Trump's national economic advisor. He went on and spewed a bunch of nonsense on CNBC this morning. Here's what he had to say. Play this clip.
I take Dose for cholesterol. It's a clinically backed daily liquid supplement that supports healthy cholesterol levels, heart health, circulation.
Right. Well, I think that what's been happening more than anything else is that President Trump has been communicating with the American people
with his lies
on like what the current state of things is, and he's been talking about how negotiations are moving forward well. He truthed over the weekend that their talks are resuming. Now, there are a lot of people chattering in Iran that aren't necessarily in power who are trying to perhaps undermine their own colleagues. But the fact is that the President Trump's truths, you go back, look one after another, have given a very clear guide to the journalists of the country and American people about the progress that we're making. At the beginning, the president said in 4 to 6 weeks, we expect this could be resolved. And I think we're getting pretty close to that.
And again, it's lie after lie after lie. Oh,
lie after lie.
These people lie every moment of every day. And finally, speaking of that, let's remember the post that Donald Trump made on March 6, 2026, a very long time ago. Remember when Donald Trump posted the following, March 6, 2026? There will be no deal with Iran except unconditional surrender. After that, and the selection of a great and acceptable leaders, we and many of our wonderful and very brave allies and partners will work tirelessly to bring Iran back from the brink of destruction, making it economically bigger, better, and stronger than ever before. Iran will have a great future. Make Iran great again. Thank you for your attention to this matter, Donald J. Trump. And as our editor-in-chief, Ron Filipkowski, says, 3 of Trump's war objectives 6 weeks ago, in addition to seizing uranium, unconditional surrender, selection of a new leader of Iran by U.S. and allies, U.S. helps build Iran. Tell me what you think, folks. Everybody hit subscribe. Let's get to 7 million subscribers, and thanks for watching, everybody.
Want to stay plugged in? Become a subscriber to our Substack at MidasPlus.com. You'll get daily recaps from Ron Filipkowski, ad-free episodes of our podcast, and more exclusive content only available at MidasPlus.com.
I ain't gonna say that's why, but he need a hospital.
The journalists of the country and American people
underneath
the making. At the beginning, the president
White House. Yeah, because he be having serious meltdowns. Y'all hit the like button. We moving on to the next one. Now, it's 200 and something. It was 233. An hour and 23 minutes in. I'm only at 59 likes. I need for y'all to double tap the face of your screen. Or hit those three dots at the top right. Support Auntie Fee's platform while I try to work on this demonetization by hitting, what is this? Oh, let me. $AUNTEAFEE. My Cash App or Zelle is the only way to reach me. So hit my Cash App. There we go. We moving on to the next one. Where we at? Y'all hit the like button. I'm going to wait until we can get the likes up. TMC. Oh, that's that guy. Trump pardon. The likes are not moving.
Alcohol replacements. Here's the real winner and why. This makes you gain weight, messes with your sleep, and leaves you feeling off.
What time is it? 10:20.
So friends, in the event you thought that...
Oh, wow. Please. Expose. That's FBI kill order. Live backfire. Let me put that
There
here.
is more breaking...
All right, when I shut down on y'all.
Politics are the ones that never actually happen. The bill that doesn't pass. You know, some of the most important moments in American politics are the ones that never actually happen. The bill that doesn't pass. The phone call that never gets made. The resignation letter that stays in the drawer. And right now, we are living through one of those moments. And most people haven't even noticed it yet. Now, let me tell you what I mean by that. President Trump came into his second term with a very clear ambition. He already put 3 justices on the Supreme Court during his first term: Gorsuch, Kavanaugh, and Barrett. 3 appointments that reshaped the court for a generation. But that wasn't enough. He wanted a 4th. Some people around him were whispering about a 5th. He said it himself on Fox Business just a few days ago. He's prepared to name 2 or 3 more. And look, I understand ambition. I sat in the Oval Office for 8 years.
He losing.
I know what it feels like to think about the legacy you're building. But here's the thing, and we'll come back to why this matters so much in just a moment. The 2 men who would have to leave the bench to make that happen, Justice Samuel Alito and Justice Clarence Thomas, have both said no. Not publicly, not dramatically.
Wait, Clarence Thomas what? Repeat
2
that.
or 3 more. And look, I understand ambition. I sat in the Oval Office for 8 years. I know what it feels like to think about the legacy you're building. But here's the thing, and we'll come back to why this matters so much in just a moment. The 2 men who would have to leave the bench to make that happen, Justice Samuel Alito and Justice Clarence Thomas, have both said no. Not publicly, not dramatically. They just quietly decided they're not going anywhere. Alito is 76, Thomas is 77. Both of them have been among the most reliably conservative voices on that court for decades. And both of them have looked at the political pressure, looked at the president's very public hints, and effectively said, we serve the Constitution, not your timeline.
Wow.
Now, whether you agree with their judicial philosophy or not, and I have my differences, believe me, That decision tells you something profound about the state of our institutions right now. And that's what I want to talk to you about today. Let me walk you through how we got to this point, because the details matter. When Donald Trump took office the first time in 2017, he inherited a vacancy on the court because Senate Republicans had blocked President Obama's nominee,
Now I keep asking y'all to hit the like button. Hi, Tom. Hi, David. Please don't make me have to shut it down for y'all to get the likes up. I don't care if it's 10 people in here. Get the likes up. Support my platform. My tea is hot. God, you've been warned.
Vacancy on the court because Senate Republicans had blocked President Obama's nominee, Merrick Garland, for nearly a year. That's how Neil Gorsuch got his seat. Then Justice Anthony Kennedy retired in 2018, and Trump nominated Brett Kavanaugh. Then Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg passed away in September of 2020, just weeks before the election. And Trump moved at extraordinary speed to confirm Amy Coney Barrett. 3 justices in 4 years. That's a pace that very few presidents in modern history have matched. Now here we are in 2026. Trump is back in the White House with a 53-seat Republican majority in the Senate. And from a political standpoint, the math was simple. If one or both of the oldest conservative justices stepped down before the November midterms, Trump could lock in a 6-3 or even a 7-2 conservative court for the next 40 years. That was the play. That was the strategy. And he wasn't subtle about it. In that Fox Business interview with Maria Bartiromo, Trump praised Alito lavishly, called him one of the great justices of all time, and then turned right around and told the story of Ruth Bader Ginsburg.
David, what is
as a
FBC?
warning. He said Ginsburg decided she was going to live forever.
Yeah, I'm going to remove
And
that
then,
until you
in
tell
his
us what that
words,
is.
About 2 minutes after the election, she went out and I got to appoint somebody. He was sending a message. Retire now while I can still protect what you've built.
I'm not guessing. Bye, David. Come back another day. When I ask you a question, you answer. Who the fuck you think you are telling me to guess? I'm not guessing shit. I asked you to tell me. And since you didn't, bye. Y'all say bye to David. Y'all just entitled to do what the fuck y'all think y'all want to. I'm not in that type of mood. I'm not in that type of mood. I'm not guessing shit. Now, go somewhere else. I'm not desperate. Fuck is wrong with you? Y'all, listen. I'm telling y'all up front, I'm not in that type of mood. Don't play with me. I don't want to play. Don't come over here dropping codes. Don't come in here being rude and disrespectful to victims. None of that.
And I'll be honest.
None of that. If I ask you something, answer. You play with your kids or play with yourself. Play with your mama. Play with whoever you want to play with. But you will not play with me. Are we clear? Does anybody else need to be put out? Because I don't give a shit. I'm sick of you entitled ass people. Entitled. Ain't offering shit. Won't hit the like button, won't donate, and you telling me to guess? Yeah, y'all, I'm finna shut all this shit down. I'm not in that. I don't care if it's a troll. Sick of this. Y'all want too much from me.
She went out and I got to appoint somebody. He was sending a message. Retire now while I can still protect what you've built. And I'll be honest,
Jason,
from a purely strategic perspective, it's not an irrational argument. But strategy and principle
Jason, can you let me be a little upset? How Marie, I can't even.
And this is where things start to get complicated. Now let me give you the facts, because in Washington, the facts have a way of getting lost under all the noise.
Jason.
Justice Samuel Alito, 76 years old, has already hired his law clerks for the next Supreme Court term.
Oh, wow.
That's not something a man planning to retire does. Sources close to him have confirmed to CBS News and Fox News that he intends to serve through at least 2027. He was hospitalized briefly in March for dehydration, which set off a wave of speculation. But by all accounts, he's back to work and has no intention of stepping down. Justice Clarence Thomas, 77, is now the fourth longest serving justice in the history of the United States Supreme Court.
Oh, wait a minute.
He has been on that bench.
David, I don't.
Since
Oh, that's the one I put out. Okay, my bad.
1991. 34 years and counting. He reportedly told people close to him years ago that he wanted to serve until 2034. He is not planning to retire this year.
Well, he in the Epstein
files. Sources
files.
close to Thomas have confirmed that directly. Now, here's the political arithmetic. Senate Judiciary Chairman Chuck Grassley has already said his committee is fully prepared to process a Supreme Court nomination if a vacancy opens. He's even floated names, Senators Ted Cruz and Mike Lee,
Oh, no.
both members of his committee.
Not Ted
Senate
Cruz.
Majority Leader John Thune has said the same.
Thomas was
they were
nasty.
ready.
Oh, yeah, he played with a
But there is no vacancy
3
to
or
fill.
4 year old at church.
The seat they were preparing for does not exist, and the window is closing. The Cook Political Report has shifted 4 Senate races toward the
I
Democrats.
gave a thumbs up on
Ohio,
TV, YouTube.
North
Cooking.
Carolina,
Thank you, Marie.
Georgia, and Nebraska.
I'm going to shut
If
it down.
Democrats flip the Senate in November, any future vacancy could be blocked entirely. The numbers don't lie. And
Say
right
that
now,
again. Hold on.
but there is no vacancy to fill. The seat they were preparing for does not exist, and the window is closing. The Cook Political Report has shifted 4 Senate races toward the Democrats: Ohio, North Carolina, Georgia, and Nebraska. If Democrats flip the Senate in November, any future vacancy could be blocked entirely. The numbers don't lie, and right now, they are not on the Republican side.
If you frequently need to go to the bathroom late at night, we recommend eating 2 pieces daily. If you need to visit the bathroom multiple times at night, this can be used as a meal replacement.
Now look, I want to be fair about this, because fairness
Trump needs
matters
to be
even when you
impeached
disagree
like
with
yesterday. I agree.
people. Every president thinks about the Supreme Court. I did. I appointed Ruth Bader Ginsburg in 1993 and Stephen Breyer in 1994. And I'm proud of both of those choices. But there's a difference between hoping a vacancy arises during your presidency and publicly pressuring sitting justices to time their departure around your political calendar. When President Trump went on national television and told the story of Ginsburg staying too long as a cautionary tale, while praising Alito in the same breath, that was not a private conversation between colleagues. That was a sitting president using a public platform to nudge a Supreme Court justice toward the exit. And I'll tell you, that makes me uncomfortable. Not because I think it's illegal, it isn't, but because the perception of judicial independence is just as important as the reality of it. The whole foundation of the court's legitimacy rests on the idea that justices serve based on their own judgment, their own health, their own conscience, not based on what's politically convenient for the person in the Oval Office. And when you start treating justices like chess pieces, move here, retire there, let me replace you with someone younger, you send a message to every American that the court is just another arm of whoever holds power. Now, whatever I think of Alito and Thomas's jurisprudence, and we have deep disagreements, their decision to stay is in its own way an act of institutional independence. They told the most powerful man in the world, no, not on your schedule. And that, I think, deserves a measure of respect. Here's the honest truth. The Supreme Court's standing with the American people has been declining for years. And this episode is part of a larger pattern that should worry all of us. Think about what the public has seen over the past decade. In 2016, Senate Republican year. Then in 2020, they reversed that standard entirely, declining for years. And this episode is part of a larger pattern that should worry all of us. Think about what the public has seen over the past decade. In 2016, Senate Republicans refused to even hold a hearing for Merrick Garland, a qualified moderate judge, because it was an election year. Then in 2020, they reversed that standard entirely and rushed Amy Coney Barrett through in a matter of weeks, right before a presidential election. The message was clear. The rules apply when they help us and don't apply when they don't. That kind of inconsistency erodes public trust faster than almost anything else. And now we have a president openly discussing Supreme Court vacancies as tools for locking in political power for decades. He used the phrase himself. He wants justices who reflect your ideology, your policies, your everything. Those are his words. Now, every president wants sympathetic justices, but saying the court's power comes from its credibility. When Americans believe the court is deciding cases based right before a presidential election, the message was clear. The rules apply when they help us and don't apply when they don't. That kind of inconsistency erodes public trust faster than almost anything else. And now we have a president openly discussing Supreme Court vacancies as tools for locking in political power for decades. He used the phrase himself. He wants justices who reflect your ideology, your policies, your everything. Those are his words. Now, every president wants sympathetic justices, but saying it that bluntly, treating it that transactionally, treating lifetime appointments as extensions of a presidential legacy, that damages the institution. The court's power comes from its credibility. When Americans believe the court is deciding cases based on law rather than politics, they accept its rulings, even the ones they disagree with. But when the court looks like just another partisan battleground, that acceptance breaks down. And once it breaks down, it's very hard to rebuild. I've seen institutions weakened in my lifetime. I've seen what happens when people lose faith in the fairness of the system. It doesn't happen overnight. It happens one episode at a time, one broken norm at a time. And every time we treat the court as a political prize, we take another step down that road. Now let me talk about the politics of this, because there was a very specific plan here, and it has fallen apart. Senate Republicans were privately hoping that an Alito retirement would serve as their rallying cry heading into November. Think back to 2018. The Kavanaugh confirmation fight energized conservative voters in a way that almost nothing else could have. It helped Republicans actually gain seats in the Senate that year, even though they lost the House. That's the playbook they wanted to run again. A Supreme Court battle before the midterms, an October surprise that would fire up the MAGA base and protect their 3-seat majority.
You have something in your home right now that could make you thousands of dollars and literally change your financial future.
But that...
Okay, I'm going to pause, y'all. It's 256 people in right now and not enough likes for an hour and 45 minutes. Can I get y'all to double tap the face of your phone, device that you're watching on and listening on? Just double tap. That's it. Won't cost you a thing. Or there's 3 dots at the top right corner. If you can touch those 3 dots, it'll take you to the thumbs up. If you can hit that for me, I would greatly appreciate it. So it's saying studies reveal that warm turmeric paste on your knees at night breaks down years of joint inflammation. Study reveals that warm turmeric paste on your knees at night breaks down years of joint inflammation. Oh, wow. Data from the National Security of Israeli Ministry of Defense reveals that the Iron Sword war in operation against Iran, number of IDF casualties have increased to 25,644, and the numbers of casualties from other operations have reached 5,313 people. Gaza media, more than 20,000 IDF personnel have become casualties, and the unaliving of yourself are increasing. KNRP, National Committee of the Palestinian People, the Israeli ministry admitted that 78,000 soldiers have been wounded and disabled. Those are numbers that they do not want us to know. Y'all, I'm waiting on y'all to get the likes up. Hold on. Oh my God, not again. I just went through the password. Yeah, I'm not getting any. Hey, Max to the Biggie. Max. Y'all, come on, let's get the likes up. 917. I'm almost 2 hours in. I'm not going now step further till I get to where I need to be. I'm trying to get to this alien guy before I forget. 206. Okay. I mean, the number needs to drop 9 months ago. I don't care if it is 10 people here. I'm telling you, y'all need to hit the like button. I mean, I shouldn't have to fuss about that.
Coming.
Let me back it up, son.
Thomas.
I should not have to pause like that.
The Kavanaugh confirmation fight energized conservative voters in a way that almost nothing else could have. It helped Republicans actually gain seats in the Senate that year, even though they lost the House. That's the playbook they wanted to run again. A Supreme Court battle before the midterms. An October surprise that would fire up the MAGA base and protect their 3-seat majority. But that surprise is not coming. Alito isn't retiring. Thomas isn't retiring. And without a confirmation fight to galvanize their voters, Republicans now have to defend their Senate majority on the strength of their actual governing record. And I'll say this with all due respect, that's going to be a harder case to make than they'd like. The Cook Political Report has shifted races in Ohio, North Carolina, Georgia, and Nebraska toward Democrats. Trump's approval rating has fallen into the mid-30s. The Iran military action has sent fuel prices up.
You are there.
Voters are anxious about affordability.
Talking to me?
Immigration, which was supposed to be the president's strongest issue, has become complicated by backlash over enforcement tactics. Without the energy of a Supreme Court fight, Republicans are left playing defense on terrain that is shifting under their feet. Jessica Taylor at the Cook Report wrote that a summer Supreme Court retirement certainly wouldn't hurt for the GOP. Well, that retirement isn't coming. And the political consequences of that absence may be felt for years, not just in the Senate, but in every federal court in America. So let me walk you through what could happen next, because the possibilities here are significant. If the November midterms go the way current polling suggests, and polls can change, I know that better than most, Democrats could flip the Senate. They need 4 seats. Right now, the Cook Report says 1 to 3 pickups are the likeliest outcome, which would bring them close, but not quite there. But the trend line is moving in their direction, and we still have 6 months to go. Now, here's why that matters for the court. If Democrats take the Senate in January 2027, and then Alito or Thomas decides to retire, or has a health crisis, Trump would face the same situation Republicans created for Barack Obama in 2016.
Okay.
A president with a vacancy and a Senate controlled by the opposing party.
Not all liver supplements are made the same. Your liver
You're going to have
carries
another,
out over 500 functions every
Ivana,
single
I'm
day.
coming to join you moment.
Any nomination could be blocked. He could find himself completely unable to confirm a 4th justice, even with a seat sitting empty. Republicans may have lost their best window. The ideal scenario, a cooperative retirement, a quick confirmation, a base energized for the midterms, is gone. And that window doesn't come back.
Oh, Lord.
Of course, I have to acknowledge the other possibility.
Okay.
If Thomas or Alito has a sudden health emergency or changes their mind, things could shift overnight. But even then, the political terrain would be far less favorable than it is today. Every month that passes brings us closer to an election where the Senate map favors Democrats. And I want to say something about both of these men. Whatever our disagreements, and they are real, they are not political pawns. They are human beings who have given decades of their lives to public service. We should not be treating them as obstacles or opportunities. Let me close with something I believe deeply, and I've believed it since long before I ever set foot in the White House. The Supreme Court of the United States does not belong to any president. It doesn't belong to any political party. It belongs to the American people. And its legitimacy, the thing that makes its rulings mean something, the thing that holds this system together, comes from the belief that it stands apart from the daily grind of partisan politics. Now, I'm not naive. I know both parties have played politics with the court. Democrats have done it, Republicans have done it. I'm not going to stand here and pretend otherwise. But there's a difference between the ordinary politics of judicial nominations and what we've been watching unfold. A president publicly nudging justices toward retirement, Senate leaders pre-positioning nominees, strategists treating a potential vacancy as a midterm campaign tool. That's something different. That's treating the court as an instrument of political will rather than a guardian of constitutional principle. And here's what gives me hope. Despite all that pressure, 2 justices, men I often disagree with on matters of law and policy, said no. They chose the institution over the politics. Alito hired his clerks. Thomas kept doing his job. They didn't give the president what he wanted on his timeline. Now, that doesn't mean I agree with how they rule. It doesn't mean I wouldn't want a different kind of court. But it means the institution still has some capacity to resist being swallowed by politics. And that is something every American, Democrat, Republican, Independent, should want to protect. Because at the end of the day, the question isn't whether you agree with the court's decisions. The question is whether you believe the court is making those decisions for the right reasons.
Right. For the
And
U.S.
if we lose that belief, we lose something we may never get back. So let's protect it. Let's fight for it.
Absolutely.
And let's remember that in a democracy, the institutions are only as strong as our commitment to keeping them honest. Thank you for listening.
You're so very
God
welcome.
bless you.
God bless you too. Yes, sir. Thank you for giving us sound direction and advice. You know, somebody got to tell us the truth. Somebody got to lead us in the right direction. Because if not, refuse to come. Okay, let's go to this one. We just won't know what's really going on. We can't even trust our president. I mean, wow, this is crazy. Okay, y'all ready? Hit the like button, support the platform. There's 298 people in here. I need to hear Cash App go off.
Satellite images this morning that I want you to pay attention to. During the ceasefire, while America and Iran were negotiating in Islamabad, while Pakistan was shuttle diplomating across the Middle East, while both sides were calling the pause a chance for peace, Iran was clearing its underground missile bases, front-end loaders scooping debris from tunnel.
Real quick, let me show y'all what I'm trying to explain to y'all somewhat on this AI manipulation and these demonetizations that's going on with this AI stuff. So this guy right here, now he has more than one channel saying the same thing, just a little different. So although I haven't figured out how to do what YouTube is wanting us to do, because a lot of people are being demonetized because they have multiple channels saying the same thing, like those little Lego things. They have like 5 different channels set up with the same stuff on it. So it's like triple, quadruple milking the system with the AI. That's what's going on right now. So this guy has several pages. It's just only one that I particularly like to listen to, if that makes sense to. So with AI doing this mass demonetization, forcing people to prove that they are not AI. That's what's going on right now. I have seen that with different channel names. Yes. That's what this mass demonetization is about. This type of stuff right here. And that's why sometimes even with the Bill Clinton, it's only one I'll listen to. It's only one I'll entertain. But there are several. Just like the unmasked guys that we are anonymous and we they do that too. So I see what the problem is, but when I've done research, the people who have had channels for like 9-10 years, they're saying that AI is the one that you're appealing to. You're not able to appeal to a live person. That's the problem. And that's why the appeals are not being approved, because a live person is not. So I don't know how to reach out to YouTube to have them check that. We need live people to check the appeals, to go through that appeal process instead of AI. And they may have laid off all human people. I tried to tell somebody some time ago that AI is here to take our jobs. But they said, I don't know what I'm talking about. Okay, I hope that helps people understand what's going on with channels being demonetized, including myself. So that's why I'm saying you're going to have to support on TV, because I still have to go through the same process I go to make sure I get y'all the tea that's more factual than the played up narrative that Trump is putting out to deflect. Okay, I hope that helps.
Iran was clearing its underground. CNN published satellite images this morning that I want you to pay attention to. During the ceasefire, while America and Iran were negotiating in Islamabad, while Pakistan was shuttle diplomating across the Middle East, while both sides were calling the pause a chance for peace, Iran was clearing its underground missile bases, front-end loaders scooping debris from tunnel entrances, dump trucks waiting nearby, not rebuilding above ground where American satellites could track the work easily, underground. In the tunnels, American B-2 bombers spent weeks trying to seal. And today, Iran refused to come to Pakistan for round 2. Its foreign ministry called the talks a media game. Its military command vowed retaliation for the ship's seizure. Oil jumped 4%, and China said nothing. Everyone is calling Iran's refusal a negotiating tactic, Iran being difficult before it eventually comes to the table. I want to argue it is not a tactic. I want to argue it is a signal. And the satellite images of those tunnel entrances being cleared, combined with Iran refusing to travel, combined with oil prices spiking, combined with China's silence, that combination is the signal.
You've tried the B vitamins and the CoQ10, and you're still dragging yourself through the afternoon wondering why nothing seems to work. The reason is that none of those touch the real problem.
Every empire that has ever tried to hold the world through military force alone has collapsed.
Sorry, hold on.
Every single one, without exception. The Romans held it with legions. The British held it with warships.
I hit the wrong button. Hold on.
In the tunnels, American B-2 bombers spent weeks trying to seal. And today, Iran refused to come to Pakistan for round 2. Its foreign ministry called the talks a media game. Its military command vowed retaliation for the ship's seizure. Oil jumped 4%, and China said nothing. Everyone is calling Iran's refusal a negotiating tactic, Iran being difficult before it eventually comes to the table.
I want to argue it is not a tactic. I want to argue it is a signal. And the satellite images of those tunnel entrances being cleared, combined with Iran refusing to travel, combined with oil prices spiking, combined with China's silence, that combination is the signal. China has seen it before. The last time a country under maximum pressure was simultaneously clearing its military infrastructure and refusing to engage on the opponent's terms, what came next was not a negotiation. It was Pearl Harbor. That is the framework I want to walk you through. I call it the cornered state pattern, and understanding it is the key to understanding why China is reading Iran's refusal very differently from how Washington is reading it right now. Let me start with the three things happening simultaneously that most coverage is treating as separate stories. Here is the first thing. Iran is refusing to come to the table. Not in the polite, we need more time way. In the calling, the talk's a media game way. In the blockade is a war crime way. Iran's state news agency, IRNA, dismissed the second round as a performance designed to let America assign blame rather than a genuine attempt at a deal. Iran's foreign minister called the seizure of the Tuska, the cargo ship America fired on and boarded Sunday, proof of America's lack of seriousness in diplomacy. And Iran's Qatam al-Anbiya Joint Military Command warned the armed forces will soon respond and retaliate. Iran has already sent drones in the direction of American ships. Here's the second thing. America is calling this a win. The blockade is costing Iran $500 million a day. 25 ships turned back. An Iranian cargo ship seized. The theory is clear. Squeeze hard enough and Iran comes to the table on American terms. Apply maximum pressure. The opponent calculates that surrender is cheaper than resistance. A deal happens. Here is the third thing. China is watching Iran's refusal and reading it completely differently from Washington. Not because China has better intelligence, because China has seen the specific pattern Iran is displaying and knows what that pattern has produced before. And what it has produced before is not a negotiation. It is the most dangerous move the cornered state still has available. Let me explain the cornered state pattern, because almost nobody in mainstream coverage is applying it to what is happening right now. When you apply maximum pressure to a country that is already seriously damaged, you create one of two outcomes. Either the country concludes that surrender is cheaper than continued resistance and comes to the table.
What if your eyes could regenerate themselves?
Since the late 2000s, the AREDS2 eye vitamin has been considered the gold standard for age-related eye health. Could new discoveries take your eye health to the next level? This is how Vision MD was born. I'm Dr. Zhu. I'm a Harvard-trained eye doctor and surgeon. I've led clinical research studies on some of the latest advancements in eye care. 1MD Nutrition created a revolutionary formula that supports the stem cells within your eyes, preserves your macular health, and can even enhance your visual clarity and sharpness. They added lutein and zeaxanthin in a more bioavailable form. Astaxanthin, which crosses the blood-retinal barrier to support rod cells directly, lycomydo-lycopene, and Epstein mixed keratin extract. Vision MD won the 2025 Remedies Essentials Award for Best Vision Product. 73% of loyal Vision MD users experienced healthy vision acuity and clarity. If you want stronger, healthier vision, order Vision MD right now.
Y'all hit the like button yet?
I just made a $27 ebook in 2 minutes using AI. Watch how I did it so you can do it too. Here I am in Designer, and the first thing you'll notice is this clean, user-friendly interface. Now watch closely. I'm clicking Create New Project and selecting Word Genie. This is where the magic happens. All I need to do is type in a topic. Let's go with social media marketing tips for small businesses. Hit enter and boom, in seconds, Designer has crafted a complete ebook outline. But we're not stopping there. Look at this, fully fleshed out chapters and subheadings. If you want to tweak anything, just click and edit. It's that simple. Now watch this. I'm clicking this button here, and just like that, we have a complete ebook. But Designer isn't just about speed, it's about quality and customization too. Let's choose a template. There are hundreds to pick from, all professionally designed. I like this one for
Or the country concludes that waiting means certain defeat and makes its most dangerous move while it still has the capacity to make it. The difference between those two outcomes is not the amount of pressure. It is the country's internal calculation about whether resistance is still survivable. Most analysts assume more pressure always pushes toward the first outcome. That is the assumption behind every blockade. It is sometimes correct. Libya in 2003, South Africa in the 1980s. But the cases where it is not correct share one feature. The country under pressure had already made a calculation internally, quietly before any public announcement, that the cost of the dangerous move was lower than the cost of continuing to absorb the pressure. That calculation is almost never visible from the outside in advance. It is only visible in retrospect, when analysts go back and find the signals. The signals are specific: economic turning inward, protecting domestic supply over export revenue, refusing engagement on the opponent's terms, military command statements crossing from rhetoric into operational language, and a very particular silence, not the silence of a country waiting to negotiate, but the silence of a country that has already decided. Iran is displaying every one of those signals right now, and China has seen them before. Here is the historical parallel China is running. In July 1941, the United States imposed a total oil embargo on Japan. Japan was dependent on American oil for roughly 80% of its military fuel. The calculation was identical to today's: cut off the resource. Japan cannot sustain operations. Japan negotiates. America wins without firing a shot. For several months, Tokyo appeared to be negotiating. And during that entire period, Japan was quietly turning its economy inward, redirecting industrial output toward domestic military production, securing supply chains, preparing its population for self-reliance. The outward signals said negotiation. The inward signals said something else entirely. On December 7th, 1941, Japan attacked Pearl Harbor. I am not saying Iran is about to attack an American base the way Japan attacked Pearl Harbor. I am saying the cornered state pattern has a specific signature: economy turning inward, domestic supply protected, export revenue cut off, because the country has already decided that what comes next is not going to be a trading relationship with the outside world. Iran halted its entire petrochemical export sector days ago, $13 billion a year, turned off, redirected inward. Simultaneously, Iran is refusing to come to the table, its military command is issuing operational retaliation language, and its political leadership is calling America's negotiating framework a media game. China has studied this pattern for generations, and China built 1.2 billion barrels of strategic crude reserve from sanctioned Iranian and Russian oil, precisely so that when the most dangerous move came, China would not be the country scrambling for supply. That reserve was not built in reaction to this war. It was built in anticipation of it. Now let me be precise about what China is reading differently from Washington. Washington is reading Iran's refusal as a negotiating squeeze. Iran wants better terms before it comes to the table. The blockade is working. $500 million a day, 15% real decline, 12-year recovery timeline from Iran's own central bank. Real pain. And real pain produces negotiation. Washington is watching the numbers and calling them a win. China is reading something different. A country genuinely negotiating does not call the talks a media game. It does not redirect its second largest revenue stream inward the same day the blockade goes up. It does not have its military command issuing operational retaliation language while diplomatic channels are still open. It does not send drones at American ships within hours of a seizure. A country doing all of those things simultaneously is not preparing to deal. It is preparing for something else. What makes this moment significant is that Iran has a partner whose oil purchases give it enough economic oxygen to keep refusing. 157.7 million barrels of Iranian crude are at sea right now, 97.6% heading to China. The blockade turned back 25 ships. It has not stopped one barrel going to China. As long as that continues, Iran's calculation keeps tilting toward resistance. And a country that stays just above the surrender threshold, cornered and pressured but not broken, is exactly the country the historical pattern says is most likely to make its most dangerous move. Let me steelman the American position completely, because the Washington argument has real weight, and I want you to test this, not just accept it. America's argument is that the cornered state pattern does not apply here for three specific reasons. First, Iran is not Japan in 1941. Japan had an empire to defend, military operations already underway across Asia, and a political system where the military effectively ran foreign policy. Iran's political structure is more complex, and the faction that wants a deal, Aragchi, the foreign ministry, the technical negotiating team, is still active, still in back-channel contact with Pakistan, still sending signals that a deal is reachable before Wednesday. Ebrahim Azizi from the Iranian Parliamentary Security Committee told Al Jazeera that Iran will likely send a team today or tomorrow. That is not the statement of a government that has made the Japan decision. Second, Iran's refusal today is partly about the Tuska specifically. The seizure of an Iranian vessel on the morning of talks was a genuine escalation that changed Iran's internal political balance for that 24-hour period. The IRGC used it. The hardliners used it. If America makes a gesture, releases the Tuska, modifies blockade language, acknowledges the seizure in terms Iran can use domestically, the calculus inside Tehran can shift back toward the diplomatic faction in hours. Third, and this is the strongest part of the steel man, Iran came 80% of the way to a deal in Islamabad. Vance said Iran moved toward America's position, just not far enough. That 80% movement is real. A country committed to the Japan path does not move 80% of the way to any deal. It does not send 70 negotiators to a hotel in Islamabad for 21 hours. The Iran that sat across from Vance was not a country that had already made the dangerous move decision. It was a country still calculating. That steel man is serious. The diplomatic faction in Iran is real. The 80% progress is real. The Libya path, where Iran concludes a deal on broadly American terms, is survivable, is still possible. But here is what the steel man cannot account for. The gap between the 80% and the final deal is not technical. It is not a number on enrichment or a formula for Hormuz supervision. It is trust. Ghalibaf said it on state television after Islamabad. I want you to hear the exact words. We have no trust in the opposing side. And in the days since Islamabad, America imposed a blockade inside the ceasefire window, seized an Iranian ship, and announced it will destroy every power plant and bridge if Iran does not accept the deal. Every one of those actions confirms what the hardliners inside Iran have been saying since the war started. You cannot deal with these people. Every inch we give, they take two. The cornered state pattern does not require unanimity inside the government. It only requires that the faction which has concluded resistance is preferable to surrender gains enough internal authority to stop the diplomatic faction from crossing the final line. America's actions since Islamabad have been handing that internal authority to exactly the wrong faction, one escalation at a time. Let me tell you what the two paths actually look like from here. Because the cornered state pattern ends one of two ways, and it is worth being specific.
458 people in here. I need for y'all to Double tap the face of your phone if that's how you're ear hustling, eavesdropping, getting the tea, however you want to put it, or hit those three dots at the top corner right. Double tap the face of your phone, the device that you are looking at. The orange man. Just double tap it. It's free. It's not gonna cost you nothing. Like this. Free. There's three dots at the top right. If you touch them, it'll take you to where you can hit the like button, or you can leave. Bye bye. If you can't hit the like button, you can't listen. You can't listen to sound, knowledge, and truth. Go back over there where they lie to you, and you give them all the likes and all the support. Go over there. We don't want you here. Hi, Rodney. Ear hustling, but not listening. Or ear hustling and not hitting the like button. They listening because they wasn't moving until I called their asses out. How about that, Rodney? Hi, Scott. I mean, you got to talk rough. I got to lie and call their mama ugly and tell them they ain't shit. Talk to them like Trump talked to them. They like that shit. They cannot stand somebody being respectful and all of that. You got to talk ignorant. You got to dumb talk to them. You're not my type. I mean, I'm not trying, I'm going to tell you the truth. You're not my type, but I grate you anyway. I got to talk to y'all like that for y'all to hit the damn like button. Support. Send a cash out. Do something instead of ear hustling. Writing down shit. Hey, y'all. I'm going to tell you the truth. Tell you your wife is ugly. I mean, man, what was you thinking? Oh, God, you need to come to some of these auctions that the elite have. You rose to the occasion. How can I consider you on the supreme, not supreme, as a judge when shit, you got an ugly ass wife. I mean, that's how he talked to you. They like that shit. Oh, he cussed me out and he told me my wife was a piece of shit and he told me I could come to the club and I can get my freak on and she'll never know, even if I bring herpes to her, like, is that a venereal disease like Bill Gates did to his wife. Y'all like folk talk to y'all like that. But hit the like button. Send me a cash app. Say something. Do something. Yeah. Yeah. Alright, I'm gonna shut it down. I know y'all know my shutdown game is A1, baby. I can shut down in a minute.
It only requires that the faction which has concluded resistance is preferable to surrender gains enough internal authority to stop the diplomatic faction from crossing the final line. America's actions since Islamabad have been handing that internal authority to exactly the wrong faction, one escalation at a time. Let me tell you what the two paths actually look like from here, because the cornered state pattern ends one of two ways, and it is worth being specific about what each one means.
There's only one meat stick I trust for my family, and it's
he touched all the wives.
What if I told
Them
you
Stepford
wives.
The first is the Libya path. In 2003, Gaddafi looked at what had just happened to Saddam Hussein and concluded that a deal on American terms was survivable.
Trump demands World Cup control.
Program entirely. He remained in power for another 8 years. This is the path America is betting Iran is on. And it is possible with one condition. Iran has to believe that what it receives from the deal is worth more than what it still has available as a cornered state. The problem is that Gaddafi was not facing a 12-year economic reconstruction. Libya's supreme leader had not been assassinated on day one. Libya did not have a Chinese strategic partner buying its oil through a system specifically built to survive American enforcement. The structural conditions that made the Libya path work for Gaddafi are not fully present for Iran right now. The second is the Japan path. Iran concludes that the window for its most dangerous move is closing, that waiting means certain defeat, that acting now, while it still has fast attack boats in the water, mines in the strait, missile systems in tunnels American bombs could not fully destroy, Hormuz control, and proxy networks from Yemen to Lebanon, gives it options that waiting does not. What would that move look like? It does not have to be a direct military confrontation with a carrier group. It could be signaling the Houthis in Yemen to resume full Red Sea operations simultaneously with Gulf operations, two choke points at once affecting 30 to 40% of global seaborne trade. It could be a uranium enrichment decision that crosses a threshold the world has been watching. The specific form of the move is unpredictable. The pattern that precedes it is not. China knows which path the signals point toward. America is still calling the signals a negotiating tactic. Here is what China is actually working toward, because China is not passive in this. China wants a negotiated settlement, not because China is magnanimous, but because a settlement that keeps Iran intact and Hormuz open gives China the structural outcome it has been building toward for a decade. Permanent, unblockadable access to Persian Gulf oil through a relationship that bypasses American maritime control entirely. China pressed Iran to open Hormuz last Thursday through Wang Yi's call to Araghchi. That produced Friday's opening. America kept the blockade. Iran closed it again Saturday. America seized the Tuska Sunday, and China said nothing. Not a protest. Not a demand for the vessel's return. Nothing. Because China calculated that protesting costs more than the silence costs. And because China knows that if the Tuska seizure pushes Iran past the threshold into the Japan path, China's 120 days of reserve cover becomes the most valuable strategic asset in the world. If the Tuska is absorbed and Iran eventually comes to the table, China's position as the indispensable outside broker of any final deal becomes stronger.
If you have 5 minutes a day, you can lift sagging skin and redefine your jawline with this at-home neck-lifting device. And
either way, China wins. There is a parallel running that almost nobody is connecting. When Iran turned its petrochemical exports inward, Chinese refiners were simultaneously under government instruction to reduce reliance on Middle Eastern spot purchases. Both countries, at the same moment, making the same structural adjustment, redirecting supply inward, reducing exposure to the system America controls. That parallelism is either coincidence or coordination. Given that Araghchi confirmed military cooperation with Russia and China continues, given that Lavrov was in Beijing recently, given that Russia is providing Iran with satellite intelligence from the same period Earth-Eye Coda was providing targeting data to the IRGC. The likelihood this is pure coincidence is very low. The Washington Post described it precisely. China and Iran weaponize the global economy to beat America at its own game. America once had a near monopoly on economic warfare. The dollar system, SWIFT, sanctions regimes, naval blockades. That monopoly has been broken. China built the dark fleet, the yuan payment architecture, the teapot refinery network, and China built 1.2 billion barrels of strategic reserve cover, all of it engineered to survive exactly the kind of American pressure being applied right now. 157.7 million barrels of Iranian crude are at sea heading to China. The blockade has not reached 1 barrel of it. China winning regardless of which path Iran chooses, that is the big thing Iran's refusal signals to Beijing. China is positioned for both outcomes, and that preparation is what the strategic reserve, the dark fleet, the vetoed UN resolution, and the silence about the Tuska are all pointing toward. Watch what happens in the next 48 hours, not what anyone says, what Iran does not do. Because in the cornered state pattern, the most important signal is not a statement. It is a decision made in a room in Tehran that nobody announces. The kind of decision that looks from the outside like a country still positioning for talks and looks from the inside like a country that has already decided. Watch whether Iran's petrochemical exports stay closed. The official explanation is domestic necessity. Supply chains need protecting. That is true. But in the Japan 1941 pattern, the economy turning inward was also explained by domestic necessity. The signal is not the explanation. It is the direction. If the exports stay closed through Wednesday, the inward turn is structural. If they reopen, Iran is signaling it believes external trade is coming back. One direction points toward a deal, the other points toward the Japan path. Watch whether any Iranian delegation actually arrives in Islamabad. Baghai said no travel. Azizi said today or tomorrow. That contradiction is the sound of Iran's two governments, the diplomatic faction and the IRGC faction, fighting the internal argument. If a delegation arrives, the diplomatic faction is still winning. If no delegation arrives by Tuesday and the ceasefire expires Wednesday without a framework, the IRGC faction won that argument. And the IRGC faction winning the internal argument is the precondition for the pattern's most dangerous outcome. Watch what China does or does not say about the Tuska. A ship coming from China was seized by an American destroyer. China has issued no statement. If China says nothing specific about the Tuska through Wednesday, that is China deciding its silence is worth more than a protest. And if China decides its silence is worth more than protesting the seizure of a ship from China, then China has already made its calculation about which path it expects Iran to take. China is watching for exactly that signal, and China has seen it before. Push back on this if you see it differently. Read what Ghalibaf said after Islamabad, not the headline, the full statement about trust. Read the Washington Post piece on how China and Iran weaponized economic warfare against America. Read what Iran's central bank told President Pezeshkian about 12 years of recovery. Read the cornered state pattern in reverse. Start from Pearl Harbor and trace back the signals. And then ask whether the country that halted its petrochemical exports, called the talks a media game, saw its own ships seized and sent drones at American vessels, and is staying home while the ceasefire expires. Wednesday is the country on the Libya path or the country on the Japan path. China already has an answer to that question. It has had the answer since Iran's economy started turning inward.
Ladies, if you absolutely love your husband, do this one thing on a daily basis that will work wonders for his health and longevity.
Potential peace talks this
Hold
week
on.
between
Where we at with the likes? Now Elon making his money back. Gas, $10 in California. Oh, wow. Yes, however, Elon. But when I was supposed to show y'all because Elon talking to them Putin power plays. Okay. Excuse me. Let's go. Elon was with him. I think that's him when he was playing, talking to that alien. My likes, where my likes at? Let me see if I can get over here and find that alien. Thank you. Thank you for the support. Let me see. I'm trying to, because one of them alien. I'm trying to. Is this it? I'm looking for it, y'all. I'm looking for the one. I see one that he's walking with him, but then I have another one somewhere where he was like he was trying to get. Oh yeah, cause this one. Hold on. Somebody at this place. Let me see. This is one where somebody. This thing. But you could tell. Okay, so when I was trying to process earlier today, I said I was trying to. I don't know how to feel about these aliens. But what happened with this one, this is not the one I was looking for though. However, this one, you could tell somebody heard the feet flapping, came from around the corner and saw it. And okay, so let me see it. Let me let y'all see it. Oop. And this time Trump was with him. Isn't this Elon? Oop. Oop. He wasn't supposed to see it, right? He heard somebody walking, but the way he came around that corner and dug back, he was like, ooh. Ooh. Am I tripping? Ooh. That was security, wasn't it? Wasn't that security? Security! Then let me find the one where he was trying to talk to this alien. So what we saw earlier in the beginning when the Congress guy was saying, yes, yeah, it's real. I've seen it, I can't talk about it. Let me see if this is the one where he looked like he talking to this thing. Oh, that's his voice. Y'all hear this? He having a whole conversation with an alien. In Arizona. Has he made an Arizona trip recently? Hold on, I'm trying to stand it up. Hold on, I'm trying to see it up. Y'all hear this? Y'all hear him? So y'all remember when he was said, "Oh, President Obama shouldn't have disclosed that confidential information." Da 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 da. And then a week later, he's saying, "Oh, we're gonna release the alien." I just be holding on stuff, y'all. I just be sitting with it. Hey, do it. What y'all think? Him feeding our missing human, yeah, to them damn things, right, Rodney? Yeah, that's his big head ass. Well, you said it a little different. Yes. However, Elon needs whatever. Me, what you think? I'm just trying to find the one. So is this the one where he was talking to him? Yeah, I guess so. Isn't that crazy? So the fire is back, y'all. An hour ago. Y'all ready? Let me see what the... There it go. Iran claimed missile targeted Mossad headquarters in Tel Aviv in response to our Israeli breach. Shots fired. Shots fired. Hold on, it's another one. Oh, that's when they hit a boat. This one says Saudi Arabia, UAE, and Qatar move to sell oil in urine. Ends U.S. dollar era. They're ending the U.S. dollar era. They have made deals and plans around Trump while he was playing pity patty. I want to have my way. I want to have my way. Looking ass. They done made deals around him. Uh-oh. Sad surprise. Uh-oh. The WWE has better cameramen than this guy. Hell, I think if I saw aliens, I'd be shaky too. I ain't gonna even lie. I would be. Another Trump secretary is out. Oh, he done fire. Another firing. This week's after Pam Bondi. Let me see. Lori Chavez. Right there. She resigning, they say. Okay. Y'all getting the lights up so we can get back?
Iran has formally withdrawn from the second round of talks with the United States that were expected to take place in Pakistan, signaling a pause in US-led diplomatic efforts to contain the conflict in the Middle East. In parallel, Tehran is indicating openness to an alternative negotiation framework where Russia plays a more central role.
Oh, so
Iran's ambassador
they left him way out.
negotiation framework where Russia plays a more central role. Iran's ambassador to Moscow, Kazem Jalali, has confirmed that Tehran remains open to discussions, but not under what it describes as pressure-driven terms from Washington. Instead, Iran is expanding consultations with Moscow, positioning Russia as a key partner in shaping future diplomatic options.
Russia is a friendly country. You know that we maintain ongoing consultations with the Russian authorities. Our contacts at the highest and highest levels continue. We are ready to listen to your initiatives. And of course, we will consider various initiatives from our Russian colleagues.
From Moscow, the response reflects a broader alignment. Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov has said that both Russia and China support the continuation of negotiations and are prepared to back diplomatic efforts aimed at reducing tensions and restoring stability in the region.
Together with the People's Republic of China, we strongly support the continuation of these negotiations, encouraging the parties to pursue realistic and equitable goals that fully respect each side's legitimate rights in accordance with international law. We are also prepared to back various forms of external support for these negotiations alongside China.
The Kremlin's operational stance, however, remains measured. Spokesperson Dmitry Peskov has described the regional situation as volatile, while reiterating that Russia is not formally acting as a mediator, even as it maintains readiness to support a negotiated outcome.
We see that the situation in the Gulf is still very fragile, almost unpredictable. But despite this, we hope that the negotiation process will continue and that it will be possible to avoid a return to the forceful version of the development of events. At the moment, the Russian Federation is not an intermediary in the negotiation process.
At the same time, Russia has explored specific de-escalation proposals, including mechanisms related to Iran's enriched uranium stockpile and restoring safe navigation through the Strait of Hormuz. These proposals have not been accepted by Washington, highlighting differences over the structure and guarantees of any potential agreement.
Check out this screenshot of my credit score.
This super
Just a
bright
few months
flashlight
ago, it
is
was
so
in a low
impressive
500.
that even my friends
That
must be
all
impressed.
changed when I found this.
Y'all ready for me? Oh no, somebody
sent
sent me a cash
Paying
app.
your
I'm gonna
bills on
keep
time
going.
raises your credit score, right?
I'm gonna keep going.
Wrong. In fact, this is the first of 3 major credit score lies you're being told by the big credit companies. Fall for any of these 3 lies, it doesn't matter what you do. Getting to 720 and above will be a long
You know, when you sit behind that desk in the Oval Office, and I mean really sit there, not just visit, you learn something about yourself real fast. You learn that every word you say carries the weight of 250 years of American credibility on its shoulders. Every sentence, every offhand remark, every post you put into the world, it either builds trust or it burns it. Now look, I'm not here to score political points tonight.
Okay, let's go. Y'all
What
hit
I
the
want to
like
talk to you
button.
about is something that should concern every American, regardless of party, regardless of who you voted for. Because what is unfolding right now, this very week, April 2026, between the United States and Iran, is one of the most consequential and frankly most mismanaged diplomatic episodes in modern American history. We've got a naval blockade in the Persian Gulf. We've got a ceasefire that expires tomorrow. We've got Iran saying it will not come back to the table. We've got American military cargo planes landing in an airbase outside Islamabad, preparing for negotiations that the other side says aren't happening. And we've got a president posting on social media about regime change in the same breath as offering Iran a great future. Let me tell you something. That's not strategy. That is confusion masquerading as strength. This isn't about left versus right. This is about whether the American people can trust that their government has a coherent plan when the stakes involve nuclear weapons, the possibility of open war, and gasoline prices that are squeezing families from coast to coast. And here's a detail that tells you everything you need to know about how this White House makes decisions. The president's own energy secretary, Chris Wright, a man Trump himself appointed, said publicly that gas prices may not drop below $3 a gallon until 2027. The president's response? He called the man totally wrong. On the record, his own cabinet member, we'll come back to that in a moment, because that little exchange tells a much bigger story about how this administration operates under pressure. But first, let's talk about how we got here. Now, to understand what's happening today, you've got to understand the road that brought us here. And it didn't start last week. It didn't start last year. It started with a decision, a deliberate decision, to tear up a framework that was working. In 2015, the United States, along with Britain, France, Germany, Russia, and China, reached what we call the JCPOA, the Iran nuclear deal. Now, was it perfect? No. I've been in enough negotiations to know that no deal is ever perfect, but it was functional. Iran had frozen key parts of its nuclear program. International inspectors were on the ground. And the world had a diplomatic architecture. Imperfect, sure, but it gave everyone a way to talk instead of shoot. In 2018, President Trump withdrew the United States from that agreement. No replacement, no alternative framework, just withdrawal. And a bet that maximum pressure.
This AI tool will take your idea and
It stopped because y'all hadn't hit the like button.
design, images, layout, everything, and
would bring Iran to its knees. We've got to remember what happened next. Iran resumed enrichment. Tensions escalated. And by 2025, we found ourselves in a cycle of Israeli strikes, American involvement, and ultimately a direct military confrontation between the United States and Iran. That war, and let's call it what it is, killed over 3,000 people. It shut down the Strait of Hormuz, which carries roughly 20% of the world's oil supply. And it forced the international community to scramble for a ceasefire that was brokered not in Geneva, not in Vienna, not in Washington, but in Islamabad, Pakistan, mediated by Field Marshal Asim Munir. Now think about that for a moment. The most powerful nation on earth had to rely on Pakistan's army chief to broker a temporary peace with Iran. That tells you how far American diplomatic credibility has fallen. When you dismantle frameworks without building anything in their place, you don't get strength, you get chaos. And this is where things start to get complicated. Because the ceasefire that was supposed to create space for real diplomacy is now collapsing in real time. Let me walk you through what's actually happening, point by point, because the facts here are extraordinary. First, Iran has refused to return to the negotiating table. Iran's foreign ministry spokesperson, Esmail Baghai, stated clearly, there is no program for a new round of discussions with the United States. Tehran says it will not send negotiators to Islamabad unless Washington agrees to the previously accepted 10-point framework and, critically, removes the naval blockade of Iranian ports and stops threatening Iranian civilian infrastructure. That is their precondition, and they are not budging. Second, despite Iran saying it won't show up, the United States is sending military and civilian aircraft to Nur Khan Air Base near Islamabad. At least 6 American C-17 cargo planes have landed carrying communications equipment and motorcade support. We are preparing for talks that the other side says are not happening. Third, Pakistan's Field Marshal Asim Munir spoke directly to President Trump and told him plainly that the blockade is the obstacle to negotiations. Trump reportedly said he would consider the advice. Consider it. Fourth, President Trump posted on Truth Social that Israel never talked him into a war with Iran, that the Iranian regime can never have a nuclear weapon, hinted at regime change, and then said Iran could have a great future if its leaders are smart. Fifth, Iran's foreign ministry went further. No uranium transfer to the United States, no acceptance of deadlines or ultimatums, and a warning that any American or Israeli adventurism will be met with a decisive military response. Sixth, Energy Secretary Chris Wright acknowledged publicly that gas prices may not fall below $3 per gallon until 2027. President Trump called him totally wrong on the record. Now, I'm not editorializing yet. Those are the facts. But notice the contradictions embedded in them. We are threatening and offering at the same time. We are preparing for talks while maintaining the very blockade that prevents those talks from happening. And our own government cannot agree on the price of gasoline. That is not strength. That is incoherence. Here's the honest truth about diplomacy, and I learned this the hard way. When I sat across from Jerry Adams and the parties in Northern Ireland, when I worked through the night at Wye River with Arafat and Netanyahu, when we were trying to end the killing in the Balkans, the single most important thing was discipline.
You are right. Laptops used to have ports. Now they sell you the ports separately, but this laptop stand brings them all back. Just plug in one cable and you instantly get HDMI and DisplayPort for external monitor support, 100-watt PD charging to keep your laptop powered, SD and TF card slots for quick photo or file transfers, multiple USB-A ports for your mouse, keyboard, or flash drives, plus a USB-C port to charge your phone. The stand has large ventilation holes to help with cooling, so yeah, laptops got thinner, but your setup does have to get worse. If you work on a laptop every day, this upgrade just makes sense. Links right below.
Hi, Deborah. Hey, PJ.
Not bluster, not threats, discipline. You had to mean what you said, you had to say it quietly, and you had to. Sixth, Energy Secretary Chris Wright acknowledged publicly that gas prices may not fall below $3 per gallon until 2027.
Trump is such a, yep.
President Trump called him totally wrong on the record. Now, I'm not editorializing yet. Those are the facts. But notice the contradictions embedded in them. We are threatening and offering at the same time. We are preparing for talks while maintaining the very blockade that prevents those talks from happening. And our own government cannot agree on the price of gasoline. That is not strength. That is incoherence. Here's the honest truth about diplomacy, and I learned this the hard way. When I sat across from Jerry Adams and the parties in Northern Ireland, when I worked through the night at Wye River with Arafat and Netanyahu, when we were trying to end the killing in the Balkans, the single most important thing was discipline. Not bluster, not threats, discipline. You had to mean what you said, you had to say it quietly, and you had to let the other side save face. Because if the people across the table look weak going home, they will never make a deal. That's not idealism, that's arithmetic. Now let me tell you what I'm seeing from this White House. The president is threatening to destroy every power plant and bridge in Iran on Truth Social, the same platform where he's offering them a great future. He is floating regime change while his envoys are supposedly trying to negotiate a peace agreement. He ordered the seizure of an Iranian cargo ship during a ceasefire period. And he publicly humiliated his own energy secretary for telling the truth about gas prices. Every single one of those actions makes the job of the American negotiator harder. Every Truth Social post that threatens annihilation gives ammunition to the hardliners in Tehran who are telling the supreme leader that America cannot be trusted. And every time the president contradicts his own team in public, whether it's Chris Wright on energy or the State Department on diplomacy, it tells the Iranians that nobody in Washington actually speaks for the United States. You cannot negotiate with a megaphone. You cannot build trust through social media threats. And you certainly cannot pursue regime change and a peace deal at the same time, because the other side is listening and they understand English perfectly well. When I negotiated, I kept certain things off the public stage precisely because the work required it. Serious diplomacy is not a performance. It is a process. And right now, this administration is performing when it should be processing. Now let me broaden the lens, because this isn't just about one negotiation or one social media post. What concerns me most is what this episode is doing to the institutions that keep American foreign policy credible. Start with the State Department. Where is it? This crisis has been managed by special envoys, Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner, not by the professional diplomatic corps that has spent decades building relationships across the Middle East. When you sideline the people who actually know the region, who speak the languages, who have the back channel contacts, you are flying blind. And we are flying blind. Then look at the military chain of command. The blockade of the Strait of Hormuz was imposed without a clear, publicly articulated strategic objective. Is it leverage? Is it punishment? Is it permanent? Nobody seems to know. And when Allied vessels, French and British ships, get caught in the crossfire, our closest friends start asking whether America can still be trusted to lead. Look at the cabinet. Chris Wright told the truth about gas prices, that they may stay above $3 until 2027. And his own president publicly called him totally wrong. What message does that send to every other cabinet secretary? It says, don't tell the truth if it contradicts the narrative. That is corrosive. That is how institutions rot from the inside. And where is Congress in all of this? The Constitution gives Congress the power to declare war and authorize military action. We have American forces enforcing a blockade, seizing foreign vessels, and operating in an active conflict zone. And Congress has been largely absent from the conversation. We've got to remember something. The strength of the United States has never rested on any single president. It rests on institutions, the diplomatic corps, the military, the cabinet system, the congressional oversight framework. When those institutions are sidelined, contradicted, or ignored, the entire architecture of American credibility suffers, and rebuilding it takes decades. I know. I spent 8 years trying to build it up.
Are you looking to establish your business using an address other than your home? Well, at iPostal One,
what y'all think
we
about
can help
what
with
y'all
that.
hear?
You took the leap and started your own company. Great. But you don't want to use your...
Now, I don't like reducing matters of war and peace to political strategy, but we'd be naive to pretend politics isn't part of what's driving the decisions coming out of this White House. Look at the polling. When Politico surveyed Americans in early March, a majority opposed the strikes against Iran. Multiple polls found the military operation broadly unpopular. And as the war dragged on, the numbers didn't improve. A significant portion of the public believes the administration has no coherent plan. That is a dangerous position for any president to be in, because when public confidence erodes, the temptation is to manage the narrative instead of managing the crisis. And I think that's exactly what we're seeing. Why did the president post on Truth Social that Israel never talked him into this war? Because reporting, including detailed accounts in major newspapers, suggested otherwise. The Netanyahu presentation, the intelligence briefings, the political pressure, it was all out there. So the post wasn't about Iran. It was about domestic damage control. Why is Trump contradicting Chris Wright on gas prices? Because $3 gas in 2027 is a political liability, and the White House knows it.
Finally, some serious
Telling
conversation. Right,
Americans
Rodney?
the truth.
That's what we do.
That this conflict has economic consequences that won't vanish overnight is politically uncomfortable. So instead, you call your own secretary totally wrong and hope the headline changes. I managed public opinion during the Kosovo intervention. I understand the pressure.
Charles.
But here's the critical difference. We had NATO allies standing beside us, we consulted Congress, and we had a clear end game. When you have those things, you can weather tough polls because you can explain your strategy. When you don't have them, when the strategy changes with every post, when allies are confused and Congress is silent, then the polls become quicksand. And here's what worries me most. When a leader starts managing optics instead of outcomes, the crisis doesn't stabilize, it deepens. Because the other side, Iran in this case, reads the polls too. They see the fractures, and they calculate that time is on their side. So where does this go? Let me lay out 3 scenarios, because I think people deserve honest analysis, not false certainty. Road 1, the best case. Iran quietly sends its delegation back to Islamabad. Pakistan, through Field Marshal Munir, brokers an extension of the ceasefire past tomorrow's expiration. Both sides agree to a memorandum of understanding that gives negotiators 60 days to work through the 10-point framework. The blockade is eased. Oil prices stabilize. Nobody claims victory. Nobody claims defeat. And the world gets a few months to breathe. Essentially, we kick the can. But kicking the can is infinitely better than kicking off a wider war. This is still possible, but only if someone in that room has the discipline to stop posting and start listening. Road 2, the muddled middle. The ceasefire expires tomorrow, April 21st, without renewal. The blockade continues. The Strait of Hormuz becomes an active flashpoint. We've already seen vessels fired upon. Oil prices, which briefly dropped when Iran reopened the strait last week, spiked back above $100. Gas pushes past $5 a gallon. The world enters a prolonged standoff with no diplomatic off-ramp, markets in turmoil, and American families paying the price at the pump. This is the most likely scenario if neither side blinks, and it could last months. Road 3, the worst case. The president follows through on threats to strike Iranian infrastructure, power plants, bridges, refineries. Iran retaliates, possibly against American bases in the region, possibly through proxies, possibly by shutting the strait entirely. The region ignites, and the United States finds itself in a full-scale war with no international coalition, no congressional authorization, and...
Are y'all listening? I would think y'all would be hitting the like button while y'all hearing his conversation. Can y'all hear me? Oh, loud and clear. Okay. Okay.
There's 60 days to work through the 10-point framework. The blockade is eased. Oil prices stabilize. Nobody claims victory. Nobody claims defeat. And the world gets a few months to breathe. Essentially, we kick the can. But kicking the can is infinitely better than kicking off a wider war. This is still possible, but only if someone in that room has the discipline to stop posting and start listening. Road 2, the muddled middle. The ceasefire expires tomorrow, April 21st, without renewal. The blockade continues. The Strait of Hormuz becomes an active flashpoint. We've already seen vessels fired upon. Oil prices, which briefly dropped when Iran reopened the strait last week, spiked back above $100. Gas pushes past $5 a gallon. The world enters a prolonged standoff with no diplomatic off-ramp, markets in turmoil, and American families paying the price at the pump. This is the most likely scenario if neither side blinks, and it could last months. Road 3, the worst case. The president follows through on threats to strike Iranian infrastructure, power plants, bridges, refineries. Iran retaliates, possibly against American bases in the region, possibly through proxies, possibly by shutting the strait entirely. The region ignites, and the United States finds itself in a full-scale war with no international coalition, no congressional authorization, and no exit strategy. Over 3,000 people have already died. This road leads to tens of thousands more. I believe Road 1 is still within reach, but it requires something this administration has not yet demonstrated.
Hi, I'm Chef Rick Bayless, and these are my barbacoa beef enchiladas. The first thing we do for the barbacoa beef enchiladas is to cook slow cook.
The willingness to be quiet long enough to let diplomacy work. The clock is ticking, and tomorrow will tell us a great deal about which road we're on. Let me close with something that I think about often, something that goes beyond this crisis, beyond any single president, beyond any one election. The founders of this country designed a system. They didn't design it because they trusted any one person with power. They designed it precisely because they didn't. War powers were shared between the president and Congress. Diplomacy was to be conducted by professionals confirmed by the Senate. The president was meant to be a steward of the nation's trust, not its sole proprietor. Now, Democrats and Republicans will disagree on Iran policy, and that's healthy. We should argue about the right approach. We should debate sanctions versus engagement, military posture versus diplomacy. That is what democracy looks like. But what is not healthy, what should concern every American, is a president who threatens destruction on social media, contradicts his own cabinet in real time, sidelines professional diplomats in favor of family members and political allies, and treats a nuclear standoff like a negotiation on a television program. That is not a partisan observation. That is an institutional one. The process matters. How we make decisions matters. Who is in the room matters. Whether Congress exercises its constitutional role matters. Whether our allies can trust our word matters. These are not abstract principles. They are the guardrails that keep a democracy from driving off a cliff. And here's what I hold on to even now. America has corrected course before. We have made grave mistakes in Vietnam, in Iraq, and we found our way back. Not because of any single leader, but because the American people, when they pay attention, when they demand accountability, when they show up, they are the source of this country's strength. Not the White House, not Congress, the people. So stay informed, ask hard questions, hold your leaders accountable, all of them, including the ones you vote.
Okay, hold on. Let me see what time is it. 12:22.
Legal news involving former President Donald Trump, this time in a different case, the classified documents case in Florida. A federal judge has rejected the request from special counsel Jack Smith. He requested a gag order against Donald Trump. Let's bring in CNN's Caitlin Polans. Caitlin, tell us more about this ruling, which came just moments ago.
Yeah, Jake, so prosecutors from the special counsel's office at the Justice Department are not going to be able to limit Donald Trump's speech about law enforcement who were part of that Mar-a-Lago search in August of 2022 at this time because they didn't follow the proper procedure. That's what Judge Eileen Cannon just said moments ago. The prosecutors had gone to her on Friday in the evening, right before the holiday week, asking her to put limitations on what Donald Trump could say because he was out there talking misleadingly about the FBI policies around the use of deadly force, a policy that was standard and in place for that search of the resort in Florida.
A gag order rejected, a prosecutor rebuked, and Donald Trump facing a 40-count federal indictment over classified documents stored at Mar-a-Lago, free to keep saying whatever he wants about the FBI agents who conducted the search that started it all.
If it is invalid, we promise a tenfold refund. This denture can be successfully worn in just 1 second and is...
That is the result of Judge Eileen Cannon's ruling, issued just moments ago in the classified documents case in Florida. Special counsel Jack Smith's team asked for a limited gag order on Friday. Judge Cannon said no today, not because she disagreed that Trump had been spreading false information about the FBI, but because she found the prosecution's procedural approach unprofessional and discourteous. She said they had not given Trump's defense team enough time to review the request and respond meaningfully before she was asked to act on it. The ruling is a setback for prosecutors. But to understand why it matters, and why it matters more than just a procedural defeat, you need to understand what Trump was saying about the FBI, why he was saying it, what it actually meant, and what kind of threat prosecutors believed it posed to the law enforcement officers whose names were on the warrant. Here is the full story of what Trump said, what the FBI's actual use of force policy says, what the gag order request asked for, why Judge Cannon denied it, what this ruling tells you about how this case is being managed, what Jack Smith's options are now, and why the classified documents case in Florida has been one of the most procedurally contentious prosecutions in recent American legal history.
But Trump was trying to say that he was in danger because of it. That was not true. So the prosecutors wanted to protect the proceedings, protect their own officers, and have a gag order. They felt that it was a very dangerous situation, so they went to the judge. Trump's team, though, took issue with this because they said they didn't have enough time to think about this and to respond and meaningfully work with the prosecutors to provide some sort of meet and confer. That's what they say in court. And so Judge Cannon today agreed with Trump's team. She said this was unprofessional and not courteous in the way that the Justice Department went about this, coming to her with the gag order request, that anything in the future, they need to have more time given to the defense team. And so she's denying they could always try.
But before we continue, if you're enjoying the video, subscribe to Daily News Minutes, leave a like, and comment below what you think about this story. Let me explain what Trump actually said, because the factual record here is important, and the gag order request cannot be understood without it. On May 21st, 2024, Trump posted on Truth Social and sent fundraising emails to his supporters making a specific claim that Joe Biden's Justice Department had authorized the FBI to use deadly force, lethal force, against him during the August 2022 search of Mar-a-Lago. Trump's post said, in his characterization, that Biden's DOJ had authorized the FBI to use deadly force, that his home had been raided and that he was in danger. His allies amplified this immediately. Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene publicly claimed that the DOJ and FBI were planning to assassinate President Trump and had given the green light. The claim spread rapidly through conservative media ecosystems and was picked up by millions of Trump supporters as though it reflected an actual targeted threat against a former president's life. The claim was false on multiple levels. First, Trump was not at Mar-a-Lago during the August 2022 search. He was in New York. That detail alone demolishes the suggestion that he was personally in danger during the raid. The FBI had planned the search intentionally to take place when Trump was not present and had pre-notified Trump's Secret Service detail before arriving at the property. Second, the use of force language Trump was referencing was not a specific directive aimed at him. It was boilerplate, standard language that appears in the operational protocols for every FBI search warrant execution in the country. Every search warrant that FBI agents carry includes a statement of policy about the use of force. That policy statement says, in substance, that agents may use lethal force when there is imminent danger of death or serious physical injury to the agent or others. That is the legal standard for lethal force in American law enforcement. It is not a directive to shoot someone. It is a statement of when force is legally permitted. The FBI responded immediately, issuing a public statement confirming that the agency followed standard protocol during the search and that the policy in question was a standard policy statement limiting the use of deadly force consistent with every other search warrant they execute. The Bureau also confirmed that no special or unusual authorization had been given and that the search had proceeded cooperatively and professionally. This is Daily News Minutes. If you're enjoying the video, subscribe to the channel, leave a like, and comment below. Trump posted on Truth Social claiming Biden had authorized the FBI to use deadly force against him at Mar-a-Lago, a claim his allies amplified as an attempted assassination. The FBI confirmed the language Trump cited was standard boilerplate, included in every search warrant
Y'all please hit the
nationwide.
like button.
Trump was not at Mar-a-Lago during the search. The claim was false on its face.
Oh, he wasn't there.
The FBI Trump posted on Truth Social claiming Biden had authorized the FBI to use deadly force against him at Mar-a-Lago, a claim his allies amplified as an attempted assassination. The FBI confirmed the language Trump cited was standard boilerplate, included in every search warrant nationwide. Trump was not at Mar-a-Lago during the search. The claim was false on its face. Is a fundraising email that falsely tells millions of supporters the FBI was authorized to kill a former president political speech, or the kind of incitement that creates real danger for the agents named in the warrant. Let me explain where the deadly force language actually came from, because the way it ended up in public view is itself part of the story. The operational planning document that contained the use of force policy language was attached to a court filing made by Trump's own legal team. His attorneys had included it as an exhibit in a motion in the classified documents case. That filing was unsealed on May 21, 2024, the same day Trump began making his claims about it.
Stop paying those greedy telecom giants outrageous monthly bills. The era of being ripped off by monopolies officially ends in 2026.
That sequence is important. The document was not leaked by the government. It was not a hostile disclosure by prosecutors trying to embarrass Trump. It was filed by Trump's own lawyers as part of their litigation strategy, and it was unsealed through the normal court process. The language Trump seized on to claim he had been targeted for assassination Mar-a-Lago search described the agents who would execute the warrant as wearing unmarked polo or collared shirts rather than tactical gear, specifically to reduce the chance of a visible law enforcement presence that could create a confrontation. Agents had been instructed to keep their weapons concealed. They had coordinated with Secret Service in advance. The entire operational design of the search was oriented toward minimizing conflict. None of that context appeared in Trump's fundraising email. The fundraising email presented the boilerplate use of force policy as though it were a specific authorization to shoot Donald Trump. The campaign raised significant money off the claim within hours of posting it. This is Daily News Minutes. If you're enjoying the video, subscribe to the channel, leave a like, and comment below. The use of force language Trump cited to claim Biden had authorized his assassination came from a document filed in court by Trump's own lawyers, not from a government leak. The FBI's operational planning for the search was specifically designed to minimize confrontation, with agents in unmarked clothes instructed to keep their weapons concealed. Trump's campaign raised money off a claim built on a document his own team submitted. Is a fundraising operation that generates revenue by misrepresenting the contents of a document your own lawyers filed a political message or a business model. Let me explain what the gag order request actually asked for, because the prosecutors were not asking for a sweeping restriction on Trump's ability to talk about the case. They were asking for something much narrower. Jack Smith's team filed the request on the Friday evening before Memorial Day weekend, asking Judge Cannon to modify the conditions of Trump's pretrial release in a specific and limited way.
Monty
they were not
Banks
asking
or
Cannon
us,
to
hello.
stop Trump from criticizing the investigation, criticizing the Justice Department, or commenting on the
What are you
merits of the
saying?
case.
I'm not finna
They were not
entertain
asking
what you
for
trying to
anything
play.
like the broad gag order
Don't
that
come over
Judge
here.
Juan
First of all,
Merchan
when
had
you come with that
imposed in the New York
sarcasm,
hush money case.
first of all, when you come with sarcasm, you speak first. Don't come over here talking shit for the first fucking time and you don't speak. I'm sick of you folk thinking that y'all are entitled. Do you understand? You speak first before you come over here talking that bull crap. Hey, Pat. Oh, well, my tea sipper said bye. You don't even get another opportunity. Bye-bye. Okay, y'all. Hey.
Smith's team asked for was a prohibition on Trump making statements that pose a significant, imminent, and foreseeable danger to the FBI agents involved in planning and executing the search. They cited Trump's deadly force claims specifically and argued that the statements were deliberately false and inflammatory, and that they had created a serious safety risk for identifiable law enforcement officers. Their argument was rooted in a straightforward chain of logic. Trump had falsely claimed that Biden authorized the FBI to try to kill him. Millions of Trump supporters had seen and shared that claim. Some of those supporters had made specific threats against FBI agents, and the officers who had planned and carried out the search were real, named people who could be found and targeted by someone who believed they had been authorized to use lethal force against a former president. That is a direct, fact-specific safety argument. It does not require proving that Trump intended harm to occur. It only requires showing that his false statements created a measurable threat environment for identified law enforcement personnel. Prosecutors believed they could make that showing. This is Daily News Minutes. If you're enjoying the video, subscribe to the channel, leave a like, and comment below. The gag order Smith requested was narrow, limited specifically to statements posing imminent danger to the law enforcement officers involved in the search. It was not a broad restriction on criticizing the case or the investigation. Prosecutors argued the false deadly force claims had already generated specific threats against identifiable FBI agents. Is a targeted restriction on false statements that endanger named law enforcement officers a free speech issue or a safety measure no different from banning threats against jurors? Let me explain why Judge Cannon rejected it. Because her reasoning matters, and it is more about procedure than substance. Cannon did not rule that the gag order was unwarranted on its merits. She did not say Trump's statements were acceptable. She did not say the safety concern was fabricated or exaggerated. Her denial was explicitly without prejudice, meaning Smith's team can come back and try again after following the procedure she required. What she found was that prosecutors had violated local court rules by filing the motion without first giving Trump's defense team adequate time to confer, to discuss, negotiate, and either agree on a compromise or sharpen their objections before the motion landed on her desk. That conferral requirement is a standard procedural protection in federal civil and criminal practice. It exists to make sure courts are not being asked to resolve disputes that the parties could have resolved themselves, or at least to ensure that the opposing party's position is clearly framed before the judge has to act. Smith's team filed on a Friday evening before a holiday weekend. That is a short window even under normal circumstances. Trump's attorneys said they did not have enough time to meaningfully review the request, consult with their client, or engage in a genuine meet and confer process. Cannon agreed. She wrote that the motion was filed with an apparent lack of professional courtesy to the defense, and added that any future motions requiring conferral must include a summary of the results of that conferral, limited to 200 words, or they would risk sanctions. That last sentence is a warning shot directed at Smith's team. She is telling them not just that they lost this round, but that future procedural missteps could result in formal sanctions against the prosecutors themselves. This is Daily News Minutes. If you're enjoying the video, subscribe to the channel, leave a like, and comment below. Judge Cannon denied the gag order not on the merits, but because prosecutors filed it without giving Trump's team adequate time to confer, violating local court rules. She denied it without prejudice, allowing Smith's team to refile after following proper procedure. She also warned that future conferral failures could result in sanctions against the prosecution. Is a ruling that criticizes prosecutors for unprofessional discourtesy while leaving the underlying safety concern unaddressed a fair procedural correction or a pattern of judicial management that consistently advantages the defendant? Let me explain the broader pattern in how Judge Cannon has handled this case, because the gag order ruling is not an isolated event. It fits a larger set of rulings that have consistently raised concerns about whether this case was being managed even-handedly. Aileen Cannon was appointed to the federal bench by Donald Trump in 2020. She was confirmed during the lame duck period between the election and Biden's inauguration. She had been a federal judge for less than 2 years when this case landed before her through random assignment. Her handling of the case generated intense legal scrutiny from the moment it began. In August 2022, before any charges were filed, Cannon intervened in the Mar-a-Lago investigation to appoint a special master to review the seized documents, a move that was widely criticized by legal experts and was later overturned by the appeals court. When the case did come before her after the indictment, she consistently granted Trump's team more time to respond to motions than prosecutors received. She scheduled the trial for a date after the 2024 presidential election, and she raised the question of whether the independent counsel statute under which Jack Smith was operating was constitutional, a question that legal scholars described as well outside the mainstream. In July 2024, Cannon dismissed the entire classified documents case, ruling that Jack Smith's appointment as special counsel was unconstitutional. That dismissal was appealed by prosecutors. It became moot when Trump won the election and Smith moved to close his investigations. But the cumulative record of Cannon's management of the case, from the special master intervention to the trial scheduling to the gag order rebuke to the eventual dismissal, traced a consistent direction. This is Daily News Minutes. If you're enjoying the video, subscribe to the channel, leave a like, and comment below. Judge Cannon was a Trump appointee who had been on the bench less than 2 years when the classified documents case came before her. Her management of the case, including the overturned special master intervention, a trial date set after the election, repeated procedural rulings favoring the defense, and the eventual dismissal of the entire case, was consistent enough in one direction that legal scholars repeatedly raised concerns about judicial impartiality. Is a pattern of rulings that consistently advantages the defendant in a case involving the judge's own appointing president, a series of independent legal determinations, or something that the public has a legitimate interest in examining? Let me explain what Smith's options were after the ruling, because the denied gag order was not the end of the story, even in the short term. The denial without prejudice meant Smith's team could refile after conducting the required conferral process with Trump's lawyers. That would mean scheduling a meet and confer meeting, allowing both sides to discuss the scope of any proposed speech restriction, possibly negotiating a narrower or differently framed limitation that Trump's team might not oppose, or at least one that sharpened the dispute for Cannon to resolve on its actual merits.
What if your eyes could regenerate themselves?
Since the late 2000s, the ARES2 eye vitamin has been considered the gold.
That refiling path was always more complicated than it sounds, because a genuine conferral with Trump's lawyers on a proposed speech restriction would likely produce no agreement. Trump's team had already responded to the original gag order request by asking Cannon to find Smith's prosecutors in contempt, a response that reflected how aggressively they were approaching the procedural argument. Any conferral would likely result in Trump's team objecting to any restriction whatsoever, which would then bring the same underlying merits question back to Cannon. And on the merits, Cannon had not signaled how she would rule. The gag order denial was procedural, but given her overall approach to the case, legal observers were skeptical that she would grant even a narrowly tailored restriction on Trump's speech about the case, absent a very specific and documented threat incident that she could point to directly. This is Daily News Minutes. If you're enjoying the video, subscribe to the channel, leave a like, and comment below. Smith's team could refile the gag order request after completing the required conferral with Trump's lawyers, but Trump's team had already asked for contempt sanctions against prosecutors, suggesting any conferral would be adversarial rather than productive. The underlying merits question, whether Trump's deadly force claims created a real danger for identified FBI agents, had not been decided, is a judicial process in which prosecutors have to negotiate with the defendant's lawyers about the terms of a request to restrict the defendant's threats against law enforcement, a workable protection for the agents involved. Let me explain the classified documents case itself, because this gag order fight is a subplot in a prosecution whose underlying facts are as serious as any Trump has faced. The indictment alleged 40 counts covering 2 sets of conduct. The first set involved Trump's retention of classified documents after leaving office. Boxes of materials containing intelligence about foreign governments, nuclear programs, signals intelligence, and human sources that had been stored at Mar-a-Lago rather than returned to the National Archives as federal law required. The second set involved Trump's alleged obstruction of the government's efforts to retrieve those documents, including, according to the indictment, directing his employees to move boxes to avoid a subpoena, lying to investigators about what he had, and showing a classified military document to people without clearances during a recorded meeting at his Bedminster Golf Club. The recorded Bedminster meeting was one of the most striking pieces of evidence described in the indictment. Prosecutors said that in July 2021, Trump showed a classified map related to a military operation to staff members and a writer working on a book about his former chief of staff, Mark Meadows. On the recording, Trump apparently described the document as secret and said he could not share it because it was classified, an apparent acknowledgement that he knew the document retained its classified status despite his claim that presidents have automatic declassification authority. This is Daily News Minutes. If you're enjoying the video, subscribe to the channel, leave a like, and comment below. The classified documents case alleged 40 counts covering Trump's retention of classified materials at Mar-a-Lago after leaving office and his alleged obstruction of efforts to retrieve them. The indictment described a recorded meeting in which Trump allegedly displayed a classified military document to people without clearances and appeared to acknowledge it was still classified. Is a case built on a recording of the defendant apparently acknowledging classified status of a document he is accused of illegally retaining a strong case, or one that depends entirely on how the courts define presidential authority over records? And here is the final frame. A gag order denied on procedure. A prosecutor rebuked for unprofessional discourtesy. And Donald Trump free to keep telling his supporters that Biden's Justice Department had authorized the FBI to use deadly force against him, a claim that every fact in the public record demonstrates was false. The FBI confirmed the policy was standard boilerplate. Trump was not in Florida during the search. The use of force language his team filed in court became a fundraising vehicle within hours of being unsealed. FBI agents who had executed a lawful search warrant according to standard procedures found themselves facing a threat environment generated by a false claim that they had been sent to kill a former president. Judge Cannon found that the prosecutors had not been courteous enough in how they brought that concern to her. She gave them another chance. The case continued, and 6 weeks later, she dismissed the entire prosecution. This is how the classified documents case ended. Not with a trial, not with a verdict, not with any resolution of the core questions about what a president can do with classified materials after he leaves office, but with a constitutional ruling on the special counsel's appointment authority that had the effect of making every other question moot. Whether the gag order would have made a difference to the safety of the agents involved is a question that will never have an answer. Whether the case should have been tried is a question that legal scholars will argue over for years.
Okay,
what is
let's
not
move
in
on.
dispute is that the
What we doing? We got time for one more. What we doing? Because my likes ain't going up. Let me see what I got. Hold on, Trump is about. Hold on, let me see what I want to end on.
A warning to all men with prostate problems. The prostate industry is filled with frauds, fake.
There is more breaking.
Trump humiliated as judge forces. Did we? Hold on.
That it previously agreed to.
Let me see what's gonna, because, you know, bombs are going off.
A federal judge has cleared the way for thousands of businesses to receive refunds for tariffs. Fox Business correspondent Lydia.
Okay, terrorists is on their way.
Donald, good evening, Lawrence.
Rachel, O is not my middle initial. I just wanted to.
I know.
The way you say it, you know.
Let me get to the wall. Hold on, find a good one.
Ordered to stand by on the flight deck. Rotor blades are still tied down for the moment, but the aircraft is no longer routine equipment.
I am not going to be intimidated. I am not going to be intimidated by a Trump family thug who thinks that making up videos and using AI to put out rumors is going to.
Oh, wow. What time is it? Oh, man, I like to keep Candace separate. Let me see.
I am not going to be intimidated by a Trump family thug who thinks that making up.
Okay, let's change that as. Let's add Candace to the title. Should I keep it separate? What time is it? This is a short clip. Let me add her. Let me change this title. Hold on. Okay, let's switch it. Let's watch this with Candace.
I am not going to. I am not.
Are you looking for a way to generate an income from the comfort of your own home? Whether you're missing out on precious family time.
I am not going to be intimidated.
Now, I don't know if this was when this was. Y'all get the likes up. Dang, I wish I had a.
By a Trump family thug who thinks that making up videos and using AI to put out rumors is going to scare me.
Oh, wow. Oh, they're trying to threaten old Candace. Y'all ready for this? I shall not be moved. I shall not be. I'm not scared of you. Your whole family, a bunch of clowns. I'm not scared of you. Okay, let's hear this. Let's go. Oh, it's not moving. Let's go.
I am not going to be intimidated by a Trump family thug who thinks that making up videos and using AI to put out rumors is going to scare me. Who even are Trump's advisors anymore? He used to be surrounded by sane and rational people. Now he is accusing people like me and Tucker and Megan of being irrelevant and mentally ill. Meanwhile, Laura Loomer claims she is his #1 advisor, and she speaks to him almost daily. And that right there might be the biggest clue as to why Trump is behaving like he is off the rails, right? It's kind of like you eventually just become the people that you spend your most time with and you spend your most time speaking to, right? You become an average. And so Charlie Kirk President Trump went from Charlie Kirk, right? Charlie Kirk had his ear to Laura Loomer. And I think you guys need to more fully grasp not just who Laura Loomer is, but what Laura Loomer is, okay? I met Laura Loomer years ago. I was on the way to do one of my first events, the David Horowitz Center, and we happened to be on the same plane. She was crying because
oh, my voice is back.
This was back when Jack Dorsey had it. Since
yes, I've been trying some new stuff
because I just don't
it's
see
that
a reason
sea
to start
in
with
my
people
socks.
and have issues with people.
And
a bunch of crazy people. And I felt very sad for her too because she was sort of living in a rented basement in Westchester by herself, and she didn't have any friends that could take her to go get her wisdom teeth out. And she asked me if I could pick her up, right? And I never shared that story because I felt sad for her. Like she had no friends and no family in her life that could pick her up after a procedure that she needed to get done. And I did that, right? And don't worry, because her differing opinion on me on Israel is going to be the reason that she starts attacking me. Now, the first thing that you should know about Laura Loomer is that when people say Laura Loomer is crazy, they're not being funny, right? Laura Loomer is genuinely crazy. We're going to get into that. She's not even Jewish. Her entire identity as being a feisty Jewess is something that she made up around 2019. She told me that she was not Jewish. She told multiple people that she is not Jewish. Her mother is a woman named Joanne Singe. Laura is Irish and English. Obviously, Judaism is matrilineal. She was not raised in temple. She was not bat mitzvah.
Yeah.
She just decided that it was politically expedient to pretend that she was Jewish. She only learned how to draw a Star of David a couple of years ago when she was running for Congress. Okay, here's a clip of her learning to draw a Star of David a couple of years ago. This is your #1 Zionist on X. Look at this clip.
All right, there we go.
Very good. They're almost identical. And
No, don't take photos of this. I don't want people know.
The second thing that you should know is that Laura Loomer has a real mental disorder. Like I said, people, oh, this person's crazy. She's mentally ill, right? Trump says this. No, Laura is actually forbidden to own weapons. She cannot buy weapons. She cannot own them because she was placed on 2 involuntary psychiatric holds by her own father, who allegedly is very fearful of her because she has had multiple suicide attempts. She attempted recently to file an appeal with the FBI to reverse the banning on her owning weapons, and they declined to remove it, citing the fact that she had been involuntarily placed on psychiatric holds. Now, according to her former campaign manager, Milo Yiannopoulos, who she has never sued and simply blocks, he wrote and published a piece which should be read by everybody. And in that piece, he wrote this, quote, Laura Loomer has been diagnosed at various times and by various doctors as suffering from bipolar disorder, histrionic personality disorder, borderline personality disorder, and narcissistic personality disorder. Loomer's mother, whom we are not naming today, is an alcoholic, a manic depressive, and suffers from bipolar disorder in common with her daughter. Loomer has 2 brothers. One is a violent schizophrenic who is permanently incarcerated in a psychiatric facility. He will never be released. The other also suffers from depression and mood disorders and has been in and out of institutions all his life. Okay, end quote. Now, it's interesting that she's given access to the President of the United States. Everyone sees that this is a fatal attraction. In fact, I am told by people in Melania's circle that they believe, like, yeah, actually the most likely person to harm Donald Trump would be Laura Loomer. And yet, this completely somehow evades the president. He allows her in his circle. The question is why? And it's not just that she lies. It's not just that she is bipolar. It's not just that she often says that she's going to commit suicide as a threat when she doesn't get what she wants. But Laura Loomer is also a malignant sexual predator and has been repeatedly accused since the beginning of her career of raping and sexually assaulting men. That is not a typical thing that men come out with, that men come out and say, a woman sexually assaulted me, right? Take, for example, Alan Jacoby. This happened just last week, 10 days ago. He is the founder of Patriot Cigar, and he just tweeted this 10 days ago.
I just made a $27 ebook in 2 minutes using AI. Watch how I did it, so you can do it.
Laura Loomer is a sexual predator psychopath. I was, in fact, a victim of her wrath. Loomer and I spent the day with President Trump at Bedminster watching the golf tournament from the president's box. She asked me several times for a selfie. As you can see, that lean line does not lie. She constantly got uncomfortably close to me. She groped me in the parking lot, grabbing my crotch very aggressively and demanding that I come back to her New York City hotel room to engage in some vile, descriptive sexual activities. She's an absolute psychopath who preys on men who she thinks that she can manipulate. She's a menace to society. Again, there are just a long line of men who have come out with a story like this. If you don't believe him, here is a video that has been going viral many times of Laura trying to seduce a young man who is clearly uncomfortable on camera. Take a look at this.
Your hair and your eyes look so good. You're like beautiful.
Thank you.
You're like an Aryan degenerate goddess.
Thank you.
I love it.
Thank you. You're Aryan too.
I know, but I'm Jewish.
It's okay.
Because you're such a cutie.
Don't mess my hair. God, fix it. Fix my hair. Did you fix it?
I did. But like that picture you posted on Instagram recently when you got like reinstated on Facebook was so hot. Like, seriously.
I appreciate it.
It's so good.
It's a good picture.
Your skin and the Nazis hate me.
It's fun.
The alt-right people want to put me in a gas chamber because they're obsessed with the Jews.
I think they're just memeing on you, but it's okay.
It's okay.
Right.
I don't care. I love it.
It'd be like that sometimes.
I know. They're just jealous because I have big tits and an Ashkenazi IQ.
Yes, that's what it is.
Yeah.
You got it.
Anyway, next time you're in New York, let me know. We'll hang out. Bring your girlfriend to New York sometime, and we'll all hang out. We'll go to like really cool restaurants and hang out and we'll have a blast.
Yes, I will bring my girlfriend.
Yeah, I want to meet. What's Becca?
Yeah.
Becca.
Yes.
She's so sweet.
You remembered?
Yeah, of course.
Yes. You'll meet her.
You guys are so sweet. I hope it works out because, like I said, I know it's all the math. Like, I know everything you do on Twitter is like so fake and not real, but
Yeah,
like,
it's all fake.
it's so sweet that you like and your girlfriend have been together for 3 years. I love it.
I know. It's all an act.
Do you know something? Like, I'm gonna tell you a secret. Like, do you know so many people in this movement who preach trad life are like people on the side and like cheating on their partners? Like,
That's so bad.
like they're not even like really trad life.
Such
Like,
scum.
like my ex is like dating somebody who's like super trad life, and she was like my boyfriend while we were dating and like ruined our relationship. And I act like it's okay, but like it's really sad because like I love when people like keep, you know, tradition in their relationships. It's just really sad.
Maya Yiannopoulos similarly described, and again he published this, her repeated assault on a young Brazilian man who worked on her campaign, and he's not alleging here, okay? He claims that it is a fact that he can prove through many messages. Take a listen.
Laura Loomer, who's the most insane person, and I was, you know, it was
good friends with Laura too.
Well, no, I was not good friends with Laura. I was loose allies with Laura until I met her, and then when I met her properly and spent time with her, I realized she was absolutely mental. I distanced myself very quickly. Well, I distanced myself because she used to force herself on young male volunteers, 20, 21-year-olds. And she would go in the middle of the night, and I mean,
so she's the female
titulating. Although,
yeah,
you know,
it sounds kind
rapist.
of
when you imagine
She
sort of
forces
the face
herself.
of the saw doll, you know, just sort of like you pull up the covers and there's a saw doll. I would like to play a game. It's less enticing, but she would climb into bed with these volunteers and them off in the middle of the night. Sorry to use that language, but I did tell you to put your children to bed.
No way. She wouldn't go and sexually assault random guys and just blow them.
I'm telling you because I lived in the pool house with her victim in 2020, who didn't know how to make it stop. He was a young Brazilian volunteer on her 2020 congressional campaign. I know because I helped to run that campaign. Okay, so don't tell me you don't believe it. I was there. She was creeping into bed with him, and she convinced herself that they were in love. And he was coming to me every day saying, "How do I make this stop?"
You say, "Get off me." I mean, I didn't think that hard. I mean,
yeah, I mean, you would think that, but this is a young guy who's, you know, I never really understood when people talked about power dynamics in rape before. I was like, okay, fine, either you want the sex or you don't, or whatever. But I kind of got it when this young man, which surprised me greatly, said, well, this is Laura Loomer. I didn't know how to say no. I said, what do you mean it's Laura Loomer? He said, well, she's like Laura Loomer. And I said, what does that mean? He's like, well, she might be a congresswoman. Like, I don't know if it's okay to, like, and so I realized in that moment, especially because it was a man, which was so peculiar and confusing to me. It was bizarre to me, but he meant it, and he was asking me how to make it stop.
There are women who have spoken out and said that this is real, that she has assaulted many men. And like I said, she's never sued any of these people for putting this information out there. Instead, she just blocks them. So the question becomes, why does Donald Trump allow her anywhere near the White House? Okay? Maybe the answer can be best summed up in her tweet to Benny Johnson when he said, you know, pray for your enemies. Laura Loomer responded, don't pray for your enemies, Benny. Pray for your enemies to be destroyed and celebrate when they struggle. We don't have time for compassion for evil people. Break them down and conquer them with psychological warfare until they beg for mercy. Do not pray for them. This is Laura Loomer's strategy. She believes in, quote unquote, psychological warfare, which means she makes up vicious rumors about people, like she did when DeSantis was running, and Trump and his campaign found her to be quite useful when she said things like Casey DeSantis is making up cancer. Not something anyone would say, right? No dignity in that. Already going through a lot. You don't say someone's making up cancer, but these are the sorts of things that she does. She starts vicious rumors, and she leaves it on the person to come up for air and explain that that's not true. And people typically get flustered. That's what she thinks is going to work on me. Making up AI photos and releasing them of my husband, literal AI photos, and trying to pass them off as authentic so she can make a claim that he's gay. Accusing us of being separated like she did this weekend, attacking my children, that was trending. Laura Loomer attacks Candace's children as feud escalates, claiming, as she did today, that my husband got drunk and hit a man in a car while brandishing a gun. This is her tweet, and she named the victim. Here it is. She knows none of this is true. Candace Owens says I don't land any hits. Mind you, I have to post the screenshot of her reply because she blocked me. I did not block her. What type of hits do you want me to land, Candace? Do you want me to land a hit like your husband, George Farmer, allegedly landed when he allegedly hit, aka crashed into Tracy Robinson's car while he was allegedly driving drunk with an alleged firearm in his possession as a green card holder in Nashville, Tennessee, where you live? Remember Tracy? Sore subject? When are you going to tell your viewers about Tracy Robinson instead of simping for Tyler Robinson? Come on, Candy. Tell everyone who Tracy is, or should I direct them to the courts in Davidson County in Nashville, Tennessee? Well, by all means, I'm happy to tell everybody who Tracy Robinson is. I hadn't thought to do it because I've never met Tracy Robinson. I don't know Tracy Robinson. But certainly, I learned his name when Laura dug up the fact that my insurance did pay a Tracy Robinson $6,987. We can show you that right here. As she said, you can find this in Nashville courts, and it is true. As you can see, a grand total of $6,987 for brandishing a gun and hitting somebody drunk. That's
Why did this?
Sounds like a steal. That sounds like if that were true, people would be out there playing Grand Theft Auto. You could hit people drunk, driving, just vent out some anger and only have to pay $7K.
There's you, and there's you.com.shop.online. Get your domain on Wix.
The reality is my husband got into a fender bender pulling out of a parking lot on a rainy day in broad daylight about noon, I think it was. The police were not even called because two of them got out of the car, said a couple of FUs, calmed down, shook each other's hand and said, it's not worth calling the cops. Mr. Tracy Robinson maybe had a scratch on his car. George said, I'm happy to pay. And they exchanged insurances, drove off, and a couple of days later, Tracy decided he had post-whiplash disorder, went to the doctor, and we had to pay a grand total of $6,987. There was no drinking involved, there was no DUI involved, there were no police called, and yet this is her strategy. This is why Trump uses her, because she is willing to, in her ever-present mental disorder, to go after people's families, to make up rumors, to go after my in-laws, as she has done. She has tagged them. She attacks people who have nothing to do with anything, things that most people will not lower themselves to do. She will do. And like she says, she believes that breaks people psychologically. That's her goal. And Trump uses her as a pit bull. And let me tell you, Trump, you will eventually reap what you sow. People that are in your circle that have concerns that this is a fatal attraction should be listened to, okay? You should look into the reasons why she cannot own a gun. You should speak to your friend Roger Stone about her suicidal attempts and the things that she says and the things that she does and the accounts that she operates behind the scenes. You don't play with fire and expect not to be burned. Now, in regards to me, I can guarantee you I am psychologically stronger than you. I've never had to be placed on a psychological involuntary hold. And I am not going to be intimidated by a Trump family thug who thinks that making up videos and using AI to put out rumors is going to scare me. My family, what frustrates people the most about me is we are remarkably boring. We have a very consistent family life. We really do most of our stuff with the church and with our church friends, and I advise people start living their lives that way so that they have more value, so they don't end up like Laura Loomer in a basement with no friends and family to take them to a basic appointment. So we will not be intimidated, and Trump, if this is the last card that you have, yeah, it's pretty pathetic.
Okay, y'all, I'm finna go to sleep. Y'all have a good night. Good night. What is this? Pierce actually believe are the chronic fences.
What do you actually think about it, Israel and Palestine? Removing your journalistic hat, which I know that you have been very even
on a human level, I tell you what I think. I think that
it's quite controversial, but not really controversial. because he just hosts the controversies. He's like a Jerry Springer of YouTube. It's been very, very effective. Piers Morgan, welcome to Candace.
Oh, it's great to be here. I used to love Jerry Springer. I actually did America's Got Talent with Jerry Springer. I was a judge, he was the host. We both lived at the Beverly Wilshire Hotel in Los Angeles, and we used to lie by the pool on our sunbaits and plot global domination together.
I'm a run this, play this while I get in the tub. Yeah.
Well, not only that, was he born here during the Second World War, by the way, during the Blitz, in one of the subway tunnels. But Jerry was a fascinating guy. He was the mayor of Cincinnati. He was a TV serious news anchor for many years. And then he got asked by the network, can you just do this pilot for this crazy new show? He didn't really want to do it. He did it, and it became so unbelievably successful and made so many hundreds of millions of dollars. He could never leave it alone. But he used to say to me, it is the worst show on TV, but it's making me unbelievably rich. And it was a fascinating story. He was a really interesting character. Actually.
Yeah, he's a legend. I mean, you just can't deny it. He did something totally different, and yeah, it was trashy TV, but also we all grew up watching it at some point.
And there was an honesty to it, you know, where everyone knew what was going on. They all went on for a reason to have their moment. They wanted to have their moment and their story. And who are we to be snobbish enough to say, well, you're not allowed to. We only listen to Beyonce these days. It's like, you know, it was kind of egalitarian. I liked it.
Yeah, I agree. So I think the critique that people would have of you is they don't really know what you believe. Like, are you a chronic fence sitter? Do you actually believe anything? Or do your opinions just go this way?
To return this little passive-aggressive hand movement, I'm a journalist. And what I've realized, especially in the last 2 or 3 years, as the YouTube side of what I've done has got bigger and bigger, I've reverted back much more to being a journalist. I don't think journalists should be ideological about the news. I like to have people on who are ideologues, right and left. I like to be the ringmaster to their debates, as you said, the Jerry figure, if you like. But I've become far less, probably in my head, far less inclined to position myself to left or right. If you'd asked me 3-4 years ago, I'd have said, look, my natural politics are probably a little less of centre. But the woke left has been so insane that rather like Bill Maher, I now get identified by the left as conservative because actually I'm just not prepared to entertain any of the woke madness. And in that process, the pendulum of my personal politics has probably shifted much more central, if not slightly centre-right. But if you ask me what I am, I don't say a conservative or liberal or any of these things now. I say I'm a journalist, and my job is to actually hold everyone to account. And I think we do that in a way that's actually reasonably unique now in the world that we're in. I'm the one that holds all these big debates. They get very fiery, but we get everybody on, and I like that.
I actually think you are doing a tremendous job. I have to say that. I wasn't so keen on Piers 4 years ago, but I think this year you have actually proven yourself to be very even, just hosting both sides, allowing both people to speak, and not giving into sort of the ad hominem attacks, the things that are dismissive, like you will call out someone and say, this is not debating, you're just calling this person names. So you
I also know, like someone like you, for example, right? People ask about you, and they say, well, she's this, and this. What I've learned is, don't necessarily buy into those narratives. Go and actually do your own research, work out what these people actually said, see the context in which they said it, see what their explanation was for why they said it. Often leads you to a very different conclusion than the ones that people like to easily pigeonhole people into. And that, again, is something I've had to learn. I used to be very judgmental, as a newspaper editor in particular. And I think I've tried to be less judgmental now. I'll have lots of opinions, but when it comes to individuals in particular, let me just find out myself. And I think that is a healthy thing to do in a world where there's a lot of ad hominem, a lot of twisting going on, a lot of little cuts that appear. I see it myself about me. And I often say to people, I know you think I'm really controversial, but what is the view of mine that you find most controversial? And when they try and answer, they really struggle because all they've seen is me on TikTok and someone shouting and blah, blah. They haven't actually listened to what my views are.
That's exactly right. And I think we saw that definitely. I know I defended you on my show a long time ago when everything went down and you got fired and the media was spinning this as if you were a racist. I mean, it's all of the things that you could have said about Piers Morgan, I was like, okay, he's suddenly a racist now.
It was so preposterous. And in fact, worse than what happened to me was what happened to Sharon Osbourne, if you remember, at The Talk, where Cheryl Underwood, and the show's now been canned, I'm pleased to say, because it really died that day when they did this, because it's a show called The Talk. You're supposed to be allowed to talk. Sharon just supported me. She didn't even say she agreed with what I said about Meghan Markle, although now, ironically, I'd have been fired for saying the complete opposite. If I said I believed Meghan Markle after the Oprah interview, people would now fire me for believing Pinocchio, right? So at the time, it seemed so contentious and outrageous to disbelieve her or to think a lot of what she was saying couldn't possibly be true. Now it doesn't seem that way. But Sharon, all she did was say, I support Piers. We've been friends for a long time. We worked again on America's Got Talent with Jerry. And she was just showing a bit of loyalty to me without actually getting into what I'd said. And then Sharon was, what, even supporting with these racist things he said. And she went, hang on. What racist thing did he say? And it all blew up. She got blindsided. And she got fired from The Talk, a job she loved, for having the audacity to support me, even though everyone knew I hadn't said a racist thing. Not one word. Cheryl Underwood couldn't actually say what it was I was supposed to have said that was racist. It was utterly shameful of CBS to do what they did to Sharon that day. And the fallout from that whole Oprah interview, if you watch the whole sequence of events, really a shocking attack on freedom of speech is really what it came down to. You could say something right now. I'm entitled to say, I don't believe you.
Right.
And you're entitled to say, well, I'm right because boom, 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 boom. But the idea that your first reaction is, if you don't believe me, you're racist because I'm not white. So, sorry, what? That's the criteria? I'm not allowed to disbelieve you because of your skin color? That's how preposterous it was.
You know what? It's really interesting because obviously I kind of made my mark as a black woman who was anti-BLM from the very beginning because I saw this. I saw this budding and people who sort of were taking this perspective that black people became untouchable after the George Floyd. You know, they're allowed to steal a flat screen TV from Target. You can't criticize that. And if you do, it's because you're a racist, not because you have some basic dignity and morals. But I'm seeing the same thing now. It kind of has changed, definitely post-October 7th. And I've seen those same accusations where it's like, okay, well, if you're critiquing this foreign nation and Bibi Netanyahu, of course, none of us would want our Jewish friends to be harassed. But it's the same, exact same woke game of,
If
well...
you criticize the Israeli government, you must be anti-Semitic.
Yeah, you hate Jews.
Right? And it works the other way too. I see it on both sides, but this is where we've got to. And it's the same with the trans debate about trans athletes in women's sport. We may get to that, but I felt very strongly about that any attempt to challenge the accepted view that this is fair and rational to allow biological men to put their hands up, say they're women and compete in women's sport and hammer women into the ground, literally with their fists in boxing rings in the Olympics. The idea that if you do that, you are transphobic, that you have a hatred of trans people, I just find completely outrageous. And it's being used more and more by the woke left as a form of, as Elon calls it, a form of communism, really. This is communism at bay. I call it fascism. It's the same kind of thing in the sense of it's a group of militant people who are trying to shut down any dissent, trying to make everyone see the world through their narrow prism, be it communism or fascism. It's the same mindset. And we will destroy people who do not conform to what we have laid down is the new rule book for life. And people who believe in freedom of speech and freedom and democracy, you have to fight this with every inch of your life. Because if we don't, we will go down that path of communism, of fascism, of that control world that they want. And that way madness lies.
You know, actually, going back to your point about Sharon, the peer pressure that you're speaking about at the top it's really important to speak to this because in a way, you either conform or you get fired once you get to a certain level in life. And we obviously saw this with you. It's like either you say good things about Meghan Markle because right now we're at the tail end of BLM and you can't insult a woman who's doesn't even, if I'm looking objectively, look black. I wouldn't have guessed she was black if she didn't offer it. But you're seeing that with Sharon Osbourne. It's like, okay, well, you now have to make a decision. Are you going to be a decent human being and a good friend and be honest about the fact that you know this man, you've known him for years, and he's not a racist? Or are you going to say, well, you know, Piers shouldn't have said the thing, piece of your soul dies, but at least you get to keep your career. Right. We're seeing people confronted with that.
Well, I was told very categorically by ITV here, who are the NBC of the UK, they said, look, if you apologise for disbelieving her, you can keep your job. And I said, well, I'm not going to do that, which I think they probably knew. And I literally left that afternoon.
You continue to trash her.
Okay, I'm done with this.
No.
Sorry, no. Sorry.
So, do you know what? That's pathetic.
You can trash me, maybe not my...
No.
See you later.
I'm being...
Sorry, Can't
This
do
is
this.
absolutely diabolical behavior.
Meghan Markle, who, unbeknown to me, had written a personal letter to the chief executive of the company, who was a woman, and had said to her, I write to you as a woman and as a mother. You have to fire him. And I wasn't told that in the deliberations that went on that day. Had I known that, I would have gone public with the whole thing and had a very different argument with them. I would have just dug my heels in and went, you're going to really allow this Duchess to decide who works at ITV? I only found this out after the event, 2 days later. That would have changed how things played out quite significantly. But what was interesting was, in the moment, it was also febrile. It was kind of chaotic and mayhem, and it was leading the news and everything else. And I just remember it turned on a dime in about 24 hours. I began walking around. I felt like the Pied Piper. There were literally people, bus drivers tooting horns, cab drivers cheering me, public coming across roads to hug me, to shake my hand, because they understood that actually what it was about was a battle for free speech. And they understood that if you want to be actually British, or American obviously, but if you want to be British, actually you've got to fight for free speech. This is what Churchill fought the Nazis about: freedom and democracy and free speech. People lost their lives on battlefields so that we have the right to actually exercise our right to free speech. And this played really strongly with the public. I had a book out. It had just come out. I remember it was like number 2,000 on the Amazon chart just the first few days. It went to number 1 in 3 days, and it stayed there for weeks and sold a huge amount of copies because the book was called Wake Up, and it was a clarion call to the liberal left to wake up and stop this woke madness before it was too late. And I'm almost going to do another book going, told you, right? Because you look at the scale of Trump's win in the US election, and one of the reasons was cost of living, obviously, one was illegal immigration, but a third big plank of this was the basic destruction of the woke mind virus. They brought in a vaccine called Trump and Elon Musk, who basically, I know you won't like the analogy to a vaccine, but they vaccinated the woke mind virus in spectacular fashion. And a lot of young men in particular went, I'm just done with this. I'm sorry, I'm just done with this crap. It's not based on fact. I'm not going to be bullied anymore into going along with this nonsense. And I'm going to exercise my right to freedom and freedom of speech and freedom of thought and expression. And I think that was a really important part of that election, actually. And I'm very glad to have seen it.
I've just noticed some things, being someone that's married to an Englishman, that there are these slight differences across the pond, and it's hard for people to really understand what those differences are. But there is no battle for free speech in the UK, I would say. It's already lost, and I think that's why you're a very interesting character, because you're quite American, whatever I would say spiritually. I would say you're American in that you kind of take the fight to the front, you'll stand by your principles, and British society can be quite complacent, I would almost say. They prefer to be polite rather than to fight. And what we're seeing happening here now in terms of speech, what's happening with Keir Starmer, the censorship that's being called for, it's quite appalling, but I don't really understand in the fabric of England how it's possible to change that or go the other direction.
We have a very strong establishment in this country, which is a bit of an anathema to Americans. Don't really understand it. It comes down from the royal family, from a sense of class that we have in this country, of privilege, of wealth. Going back to the wealthy landowners who ruled the roost and the peasants were all doing all the hard graft. And it's not like that anymore, but certainly there's still this sense of the establishment. And if you dare to take on the establishment, then you can end up in very hot water very quickly. And people here are probably naturally slightly more polite than Americans about these things, slightly more reverential. We still doff our cap to the monarchy, which you will find completely absurd. But I always think if it hadn't been for Mad King George III, you would still have a monarchy, and you might even have King Piers. And wouldn't things be better for America if you did? But I think I think it's a fair criticism that Americans do tend to have that. That's why I think one of the great moments of the election for Trump was the fight when he got shot, was that instinctive, combative streak of fight. We are a nation of fighters here too, but we've been battered into submission, particularly on issues like free speech. I feel very uncomfortable when I see people, grandmothers being rounded up and put in prison for something they put on Facebook. Even if what they're putting is offensive and horrible and vile, actually, as Churchill himself said, the thing about free speech is it's not listening to stuff that you agree with. It's about the ability to hear things you really don't agree with vehemently, but accepting that someone's right to free speech. Now, I get there are lines about incitement to hatred and violence, of course there are, but really, old people, gobbing off on Facebook, they're going to prison. When you think about types of people who don't go to prison these days, I think a lot of people in Britain feel uncomfortable about this creeping censorship. And as someone who lost his job, big job here, over a really crude example of censorship, that's an example where, ironically, the UK regulator for television, which again, Americans wouldn't understand what that concept is, but we have a television regulator called Ofcom, who regulate how people can behave on the airways. They ended up finding in my favour and said that had I not been able to say what I said that day on Good Morning Britain about Meghan Markle, it would have been a chilling infringement of my free speech rights. But why is a media company having to be told that by the television regulator? Completely bizarre. So I do think that, look, you have the First Amendment, which is an amazingly strong, powerful tool. And I think that we lack something like that here. And I think it's really, Elon Musk has done a lot of stuff on this on X. I don't agree with all of him about what he's saying, but I certainly think he's hit onto something, which is the natural instinct these days is to censor people. And that's a dangerous path to go down.
Take me through, like, your typical day. 'Cause I think people want to know who you are off the clock. Because you obviously are very involved, you follow politics, you are definitely giving a platform to people to at least expand their mind, even if they don't agree. They're hearing different versions of events, but who are you actually off the clock?
Well, like I said, I've been a journalist all my life. So I see myself as I'm a news junkie. So when I was 7 or 8 years old, we used to get the Daily Mail newspaper, just a print paper then, obviously. And my mum remembers me going through it. Imagine I'm 7 years old, going through reading out headlines from the Daily Mail and asking about the story. That's not normal. So I had it in my blood. There were a few journalists on my mother's side in the family, and I had this news junkie side to me. I had to know what was happening. You might call it, I'm an inveterate gossip, and that's partly to do with wanting to be the first with information and then to tell people. What could be more exciting than being the first to know stuff and then imparting it to the world? So it was in my blood. And even today, I get 5 newspapers through every day on my doormat. I used to run 2 big newspapers in the UK, 2 big national papers for 10 years. And I love the sound of a thud of newspapers, which I know sounds very anachronistic to someone who's now a YouTuber. And I'm aware that newspapers basically going out of business. And my kids, my sons are 31, 27, 24. They don't read print newspapers, obviously. They just read everything on their phones or whatever it may be. So I'm part of a dying generation of people who still like newspapers. But I love the thud of 5 newspapers. I get the Times, the Telegraph, the Daily Mail, the Sun, and the Financial Times. And they hit like a thud. And it still gets my juices flowing. And it's often early, like at 5 in the morning. I get up early. I think sleeping's cheating. I get up early, and I read the paper, and I pore over them with my old editor's eye, just for seeing what's going on. Then I'm onto my phone, I'm checking all the American sites, New York Post, New York Times, Daily News, whatever it may be, LA Times. I'm checking X, obviously, see what's going on there, checking what you're up to, what mayhem you're causing, and a few of the big people in my space, just seeing who's doing what and what clips are flying around, what's trending. And so by like 7 in the morning, I've had a really good snapshot, not just of what's happening here, which I only do out of habit, really, because all my material is now aimed to an American audience, primarily. But I like that. I live here most of the time. I've got a place in LA, and I go to America for 3-4 months of the year, but I still consider this my home. But I love to know the news. So by 7 a.m., I know everything that's happened. And I know where I should be thinking about what I should be doing on my show. And by then, maybe like at 10 o'clock, my showrunner, Alex, will call me, and he'll talk me through what the plan is for the show. Some of the bookings I'll have been involved with, others will be new to me. We'll have a mixture of one-on-ones and debates. Today's a classic example. We've got you one-on-one. We've got Eric Weinstein one-on-one. We have a big debate about Israel, Gaza, and where we are with all that, and bringing in Iran and Ukraine. And then we're going to have a big debate about America, and probably actually factoring in on Trump and this $15 million payout he got from ABC, which is an extraordinary moment for legacy media when they're having to hand Donald Trump a $50 million check for calling him a rapist, which is what they've all been doing with impunity for years. I think these are kind of fascinating water cooler subjects. So that's the day pretty well planned out. But as you know, anything can happen. I've been there quietly congratulating myself on a show well done, come back home, maybe open a bottle of fine French Bordeaux, have a little glug, and then I hear Trump just got shot. And then you know, and I know, okay, well, that's the next 3 weeks gone then, and everything changes. So I love that again. I love the the dynamism of the news, where things can change in a heartbeat, literally. And through the day, I'll then keep reading stuff, talking to people, might speak to a few people who've got a particular expert view about any of these issues to get a sense of what they think. You're always trying to cut through all the partisan noise and the people on the extremities of debate. Now, the thing about X is, I think under Elon, it might be a bit better now, but it used to be that 10% of the people on X made 80% of the noise. And you think about that, and they're normally skewing to the extremities. There's a lot of extreme noise going on, and you need to cut through that and get to an underbelly of more interesting and rational debate with people who know what they're talking about. You might not agree with them, but I always want to get a sense. Like when you and I debate, I often think, well, I don't agree with you, but actually it's a really interesting debate. Right? You've put the yards in to formulate your opinion. You're not just thinking of the first thing you've seen on TikTok. And I think they're the type of guests I like. I like it more if I don't agree with them, because it's more interesting. You're on a little journey of exploration. And I also don't like to be now, this is not how I used to be very intransigent. I mean, come to some of my more intransigent moments, which I don't look back on in glory, but I certainly feel like I want to learn from people. I often end a debate now by saying to people, do you know what? I've learned so much from that debate, and that was really interesting. And especially when you have two sets of people who know the facts, but are interpreting those facts differently. But they're not challenging the reality of what happened. They're just saying, in my opinion, this means X, Y, Z. And the other person goes, no, it means boom, boom, boom. Trying to work out, actually, what does it mean? People often say to me, if you go back to the start of the Israel and Palestine conflict in, say, 48, and you can go back a lot further, but say you go back to 48, you could construct a very good argument for both sides over the next 75 years. You could, if you were just sitting back and just taking a set of facts and trying to present the argument for the defense of Israel or the Palestinians, you could do a powerful piece for both. And it was a Jewish journalist called Jonathan Friedland who actually said that, which I thought was interesting. And I sort of agree with that about almost all issues. And the challenge is to really get into the weeds of these debates, analyze the facts, hear the different opinions, and then hopefully, depending on the power of the argument, the viewers at home, A, they learn a lot, which is really a perfect show for me where they're learning things, but B, they can formulate their own opinions. And maybe they go one, maybe they go the other, and maybe they sit somewhere in the middle. That to me is a really good debate.
Normally with a nonstick pan, you would not be able to heat it up to temperatures that are hot enough to really give a good sear.
This pan will never peel off, never wear off, never leach, because it has no toxins.
The nonstick surface is made with titanium. There's no coating on it. You can't scratch it. Not to mention there's
Yeah. Well, what do you actually think about it, Israel and Palestine?
I think
removing your journalistic hat, which I know that you have been very even
on a human level, I tell you what I think. I think that October the 7th is one of the worst things I've ever seen. I think the retribution, as I call it, by Israel has now gone way beyond what is acceptable. I take issue with people that want to frame it as genocide purely from a technical point of view, that actually the definition of genocide would mean that, if Israel had killed 1 million people, I could accept the argument this is a bona fide genocide. It's more complex for me as a journalist when I look at this and compare it to other genocides, and I compare it to other wars, that if you take the central argument of Israel, which is put aside everything that happened before, you take the October the 7th and the scale of it, with 250 people being kidnapped, including babies and Holocaust survivors, with 3,000 people coming over the border, attacking indiscriminately people, killing 1,200 and wounding nearly 7,000 more. If you take the scale of what happened, Hamas knew what Israel was going to do by way of response. Hamas indisputably have buried themselves into civilian areas quite deliberately for self-protective reasons. And Israel has been, I don't think they've been anything but indiscriminate, actually, in a lot of their attacks on these areas, particularly on the refugee camps. I think it's completely unconscionable, some of the stuff they've done there. And I think that it's gone on way too long and it has to stop. And I think I always ask people throughout the debates, what is a proportionate response? I didn't have the answer. I didn't know what is the correct proportionate response to the scale of October the 7th. And that's before you factor in the background and the history and what people see as the occupation of the Palestinians and the appalling plight of 2 million Palestinians in Gaza for so long. It doesn't factor in that. It's just Hamas do this, what is the proportionate response that's acceptable? I think Israel's gone way beyond what is acceptable. However, I understand their argument that they are responding to, as they see it, a heinous terror attack, and they have vowed to get rid of the Hamas terrorists who did this, and that the only way to do that is to do it the way they're doing it. And I understand that that is their argument, and I understand that that to me is different to a country waging a wholesale genocide of a people. So I think it's complicated. I don't have all the answers, but as we sit here now, this has to stop. The leveling of Gaza has gone completely out of control. I mean, a lot of Gaza is unoccupiable now. I think the aggressive expansion on the West Banks has been a form of terrorism, which is completely unacceptable. I think some of the language of some of the cabinet members has bordered on genocidal. And I think that there are clearly some members of that Netanyahu cabinet who actually would have no problem if all the Palestinians left Gaza right now. And so I'm not saying that there's not a potential for a form of genocide to be here. We might look back at this in 2 years and you might say to me, well, we told you this is genocide, what they've done. They've got rid of all the Palestinians. That could happen. And I pray that doesn't happen. And I pray that, as I've always felt, the only way through this ultimately is fresh leadership on all sides, as we saw in Northern Ireland after many decades of horrific war between the IRA and the Loyalists, that ultimately they got to peace because leaders like Clinton and Blair and all these guys came together and they were just determined to get it. And they managed to get a peace now where people in Northern Ireland live in relative peace and safety, and they live amongst each other, people that used to be at war with each other. It would be amazing to think that could happen. But I think we're a long way off that there now. So that's my honest human
I think that was honest.
view of it.
I have a good radar for honesty. I think you're being very honest, and I think it takes a lot, tremendous for you to even say it, because it's so strange to me that we've gotten to a point where people are too fearful to say that what's happening has gone too far because they're scared of losing their jobs.
Yeah.
And this really shows, and I mean, I call it Likud Party media in America. They have this sort of stranglehold on the media, and they sort of just will libel you and smear you and pretend that you're like a Nazi sympathizer, which gets really crazy. But what we are recognizing now, and you can sense their frustration, is that media game has changed.
Okay, y'all, for real, good night.